Okay, good morning. Before we start, I'm going to ask if Vice Chair Krulicki and Commissioner Silver can hear us okay?
We're doing fine. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so before we begin, I just want to place everyone here who's present on notice, and as well as make a record that while we are having video problems in the Carson conference room where our commissioners are, the audio is good and they can hear everything we're saying. And so we are going to continue to try to work on the video while the meeting is ongoing. And I appreciate both of you bearing with us. And again, I'll make sure that nobody's talking over each other or anything like that as we go forward this morning. So at this time, today is Thursday, June 20th. This is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of June. If you would please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
At this time, I would like to remind anyone coming to the podium to speak. We ask that you speak directly into the microphone and speak clearly as you can, because this meeting is being transmitted electronically and being transcribed. Madam Secretary, if you could please proceed with our first agenda item, public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
Anyone who wishes to address the commission may do so at this time. Matters brought to our attention during the public comment cannot be acted upon, but we are happy to hear comments of the public as well as any comments from my fellow commissioners. Comments by all will be limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If any of my fellow commissioners or myself ask questions of the public, the time needed to address those questions will not be held against those time constraints. If you have any handouts or copies of your comments to provide, please do not approach the dais with them. An enforcement agent will come and grab them from you. I'm first going to go to Carson City. Anyone wishing to make a public comment, please step forward to the podium.
Madam Chair, there's no public comment in Carson City.
Thank you. Here in Las Vegas, sir, could you please state your name for the record?
Glenn Hunsucker, GLENNHUNSUCKER.
Thank you. Now is your opportunity to make public comment.
My comment today is to request the resignation of Chairwoman Jennifer Tagliani. I wrote a letter to Governor Lombardo requesting that he remove you from the Gaming Commission. But because casino owners are the biggest contributors to the Republican Party, I doubt he would do anything about to offend them. You are a great asset for the casino owners, but not for the consumer. Your years of working for and with casino owners is proof that you are more interested in helping them rather than the consumer. You chose to mediate for the Mandalay Bay lawsuit where the biggest mass shooting in American history occurred, even though your father worked for the Mandalay Bay Security Department. This is the best proof that you want to protect the casino owners, not consumers. The casino games are fraudulent, and you have been told this several times, but nothing has changed while you were here. It is obvious you don't intend to do anything to protect the consumer. Since our tax dollars pay your salary, it only seems logical that we have someone who puts our interest before that of casino owners. On behalf of the consumers, I ask that you resign as soon as possible. Thank you.
Anybody else wishing to make public comment?
Hi, good morning. Diamante Asbury here on behalf of the Culinary Union. Diamanteasberry. I grew up in Las Vegas, and I know that the racial diversity of our community is a source of power. Nevada's gaming industry depends on this diversity, and that's the standard for Nevada publicly traded gaming companies to have women and people of color on their board of directors. Red Rock Resorts Inc.'s board of directors is the only all-white, all-male board of publicly traded gaming companies in our state. We have previously submitted an SEC filing by the largest educator-only public pension fund in the world and a significant shareholder of Red Rock. On May 28th, the California State Teachers Retirement System stated that the board of Red Rock Resorts has failed to recruit board members with requisite skills and qualifications who are gender, racially, or ethnically diverse, and announced that it would vote against the re-election of the current board. Also in May, the LA County Employee Retirement Association, another long-term investor in Red Rock, submitted an SEC filing citing that Red Rock's board lagging track record of inclusive recruitment and said that Red Rock has yet to respond to their attempts to engage. This is not the first time that shareholders have addressed board diversity at Red Rock. In June 2019, the California Public Employees Retirement System, or CalPERS, as cited as a governance concern, Red Rock's non-responsiveness to CalPERS' request to engage the company regarding improving its board diversity. CalPERS stated that multiple requests to engage the company starting in July 2017 and throughout 2018 have been unanswered. Last year, the Philadelphia Board of Pensions and Retirement filed a resolution that didn't pass, calling on the Red Rock board to report on steps to enhance board diversity. In 2023, Red Rock tried to shift the blame for its lack of board diversity, absurdly suggesting that Nevada gaming law presents an obstacle to achieving that goal. In a 2023 SEC filing, the company stated, "The licensing process is onerous, invasive, time-consuming, and expensive. We believe that the relatively limited pool of potential directors who are willing to subject themselves, as well as their families, to the rigorous and intrusive process necessary to obtain a gaming license, and demand for qualified, diverse candidates who will continue to impact our ability to attract certain categories of diverse directors to serve to our board. There is not a limited pool of women and people of color who can serve on boards of directors, and the company, facing one of the largest labor law enforcement actions in history, has no business using Nevada law as an excuse for its failure to have a diverse board." As of May 30th, 2024, so pretty recently, all 5 of those board members that make up Red Rock Resorts Inc.'s all-white, all-male board of directors were reelected. We provided copies of these SEC filings when we spoke to the Gaming Control Board 2 weeks ago, but we're able to email them again for your reference if necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to leave those?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else wish to step forward and make public comment? There being no other public comment, that will close our public comment section. Madam Secretary, the next item on our agenda is the approval of the prior month's disposition.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Commission disposition for May 2024.
Each of us has had the opportunity to review the disposition. If there are no questions, I believe it's in proper form for a motion. Commissioner Solis Rainey.
I move for approval of the prior month's disposition.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye, and there are none opposed. Thank you. We'll now move to the non-restricted items held out for discussion. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 1.
Non-restricted number 1 is the application of Agriculture District number 13 for awarding of race dates for August 16th through August 18th, 2024. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
All right, welcome. If you could please state your appearance for the record.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Russ Neal. Last name spelling is Niel. I'm a Deputy Chief with the Gaming Control Board's Enforcement Division. I oversee all 3 Northern Nevada offices in Reno, Carson, and Elko. As the Executive Secretary read into the record, we're here before you today to address anything that you might want to discuss regarding the elite horse races. We expect a good season this year. This is an annual event. Really nothing much more to add other than we're working on an online application process with our Sage migration team. Hopefully that'll be up and running for this year. In the past years, it's been kind of a cash or check operation. Hopefully this will help clean up some of that process. But I have really nothing more to add other than what's in the report itself.
Well, I appreciate you being here and being available for questions. You know, this is probably my third time that I've voted on an agenda item for the races, but we have new members, and so they haven't had the opportunity to review this and ask any questions they might have. So I appreciate you being here for that. At this time, I would ask if either Commissioner Krolicki or Commissioner Silver have any questions or comments.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a couple questions. I was just curious, but watching the Kentucky Derby last month, as you're probably aware, it took probably 5 to 10 minutes to figure out who the true winner of the race was because it was so close. It was kind of impossible to make a call with the human eye as it occurred. So I was just wondering, it's just sheer curiosity, what kind of safeguards or equipment or capabilities do you guys have in place for these races to ensure that the outcome is appropriate and wouldn't be compromised?
The surveillance system we have on the track is pretty thorough. And at the finish line, obviously we have one shot shooting directly from the booth across the finish line. And the computer system actually is able to zoom in on the nose of the horse. And even if you have a nose to nose, you know, we have to make that kind of a call. We can get it down to the millisecond as to which nose actually crossed. So it's very thorough, and we've never had a problem with that system or the outcomes that we call.
Thank you. I had one other question as well. I read that White Pine Justice and Municipal Court records were reviewed to check the various board members. And I was just curious, again, why perhaps the civil records, like civil lawsuits, I just didn't see that the district court's records were checked. So was there a reason why that wasn't done with this?
No, there wasn't a reason why. I don't think the agent excluded them. It's just a matter of practice of what we normally check. I can mention that to him and we can discuss it. As you see, his supervisor, Justin Woods, is also with us today. We can address that and check into that if you think that's appropriate. Absolutely.
Yeah, I noted that District Judge Stephen DeBruscu, who's a very reputable judge here in Nevada, he's volunteering by overseeing the entries in the draw. So I assumed you guys were in good hands, and I, of course, support it. I just had a couple questions on those issues. Thank you so much.
Certainly, no problem.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think these are some of the more wonderful events in rural Nevada annually. As someone who regularly participated and attended these events, it was just it's a rhythm of life, both in White Pine and certainly Elko County. And I'm just delighted that the races last year in Ely seemed to go exceedingly well, other than the weather. But jockeys, horses, sportsmanship, drug testing, everything seemed to be, optimal. And hopefully all of those things, plus Mother Nature providing some good weather, will be available for our friends in Ely and the races, in the middle of August. But I urge anyone who's never had the opportunity to participate from the stands, some of these races. It's a hoot, it's fun, it's rural Nevada, and you got to experience it. So, but good on you and good racing.
Thanks, sir.
Commissioners Solis Rainey or Marcantonis, any questions or comments?
And for me.
I was very impressed with what I heard at the Gaming Control Board presentations. I'm looking forward to attending it for the first time this year. What is the alternative if the weather turns poorly? These days, it's obviously very unpredictable. Do you have a separate plan, or is there some temperature reading that's taken? I don't mean that literally. If it's bad rain, it's called off, or is it 48 hours or 72 hours? Just curious.
Well, the race dates are set. and we try to get the races on if we can. I mean, if it's raining a little bit, it'll come down to the safety of everybody involved. If the track is just a muddy mess, we don't want to get the horses beat up, and we certainly don't want to get the jockeys beat up. So like we did last year, we assessed the situation, and between myself, my people, the racing stewards, and the jockeys and owners, we just had to make the call. It was just too dangerous to do it. And so if that happens, we just cancel the races and we try again next year. If we had a day in Elko, which is the next agenda item, where we did run into some rain, and we just rescheduled those races for the next day because we had another race date we could work with. So it'll be a judgment call on the field, a game time situation. But as far as extending it out and doing like a makeup at some point down the road, no, we'll just, if we have to cancel, we'll just try again next year.
Thank you. I hope it doesn't come to that. Thank you for the explanation.
Absolutely.
Okay. Again, I appreciate you being here and speaking to all of us and answering questions. At this time, if there are no additional questions or comments, I think it's in proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 1 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and recommended by the Gaming Control.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And it appears there are none opposed. Thank you very much for that. And I'm going to ask Madam Secretary to please read in non-restricted number 2.
Non-restricted number 2 is the application of the Elko County Fair Board for awarding of race dates for August 23rd through September 2nd, 2024. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good. Could we have you make a record again on your appearance here on this matter? Or
certainly.
are we having the other?
Again, Russ Neal, Deputy Chief with the Nevada Gaming Control Board's Enforcement Division. As I stated in agenda item number 1, I oversee all 3 Northern Nevada enforcement offices. My last name spelling is Niel. I'm joined by Supervisor Justin Woods, who supervises the Elko office, and he's working with the agent who prepared the investigative report you have in front of you. We expect another good season of horse races, both in Ely and Elko. Elko is the larger of the 2 events. It covers 2 weeks, the week before Labor Day weekend and Labor Day weekend. It's a big event out there. The locals love it. It's a good draw. And we typically don't have any problems there. It's a good show. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
I'll start here in Las Vegas first. Commissioner Solis Rainey, Commissioner Marcantonis.
Yes, I have a question, and thank you for your patience with me. I heard the reference multiple times to the Blackjack Challenge that takes place over the race meet. What exactly is that? Do you mind explaining it a little bit?
It's really a locals fun event. I've seen it every year, and it's really it's a competition between the local stables. We call them syndicates, and they're local horses, they're local owners, and they all know each other, and they just have this race at the very last one. It draws in a lot of the locals, and as far as the wagering goes, I'm pretty sure it's just the same as any other race, but it's a fun thing, simply for the local people.
So it's not exactly a blackjack game.
Oh, no, it's just a title that they give that particular race, right?
Okay, like almost a semi-lottery for fun, random on horses.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
I'm just wondering, is it just a random internal competition amongst the owners? And
yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that explanation.
Certainly.
It's obvious I'm clueless.
It's okay, I get that question a lot.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
Just a quick one follow up on that. For the Blackjack Challenge, are there monetary prizes or is it principally for bragging rights?
I'm not sure if this is part of the purse. I'd have to look into that, but it's primarily for bragging rights.
That's what I figured. Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioners Korlicki and Silver?
bragging rights are priceless. So better than nothing. As I said before, my first time to watch a races, I think in Elko was in 1990, and Congressman Vukanovich had sponsored a horse, and we were all there cheering it on. It's just a great day. Couple quick questions, and I could have asked this to Agent Neal last time, but could you talk about the technology and I'll say digitalization. I think I heard digitization, but can you talk about some of the technology that's been done saving trees and having less paper?
Are you referring to our licensing application process that we're trying to go online?
I think all of the above. The reference during the Gaming Control Board meeting cited the technology advances, which has spared a lot of the paperwork that's been needed for previous race seasons.
Right. Now, what the agent was getting at was the licensing application process. Before, everything was done by paper, receipts, the application itself, all that. And we're trying to get away from that completely if we can. I'm sure we'll still have some cash situations where you might have to write a receipt, but the application itself is going to be completely online and done electronically. We bought some iPads to facilitate that and upgraded some systems. So yeah, that's the effort moving forward. It's true. I get rid of the paper. Yeah, absolutely.
Good. And if you'll indulge just a couple other questions. The contribution from the state of Nevada, I understand, was about $50,000. Is that from the Commission on Tourism? What's the source of those funds, that contribution? Do you know?
Well, I'm not exactly all that familiar with that particular NRS. I did read that in there and I pulled it up. From my understanding, it's comes out of the revenue, and the percentage is distributed. It helps seed the purse money. But from where that pot is, I don't know. I think our tax and license division could probably answer that because they have a hand in that process as well.
It's more curiosity, not it doesn't affect my voting on this. I was just curious if it was indeed came from the Commission on Tourism discretionary funds, or it's just an authorized budget item from the state for the Elko County folks.
My understanding, it's an authorized distribution.
All right.
Speaking, yeah.
And in this day of liabilities, how are both of these races indemnified? If something were to happen, are these self-insured, or is there private insurance in case of some kind of accident or an incurred liability during the race season?
I'm sure the horses and the owners and all of that, they carry insurance. As far as the event folks, I'm making an assumption. I'm sure they have some sort of insurance policy that would kick in. So should something happen, of course, from a gaming control board, we license and regulate. We conduct the investigations surrounding everything from NRS 466 to Reg 30, and we do our job. And if we need to take action in some way, and we do on occasion, we would certainly enforce that. But as far as the insurance and how they're covered, I can't really answer that. It's not part of our investigation.
Okay. And again, I know we're here about the racing and the gaming aspect to it, but if we're sanctioning races, it's I think important for us to understand what's behind some of this and some of the insurance. But maybe for next time or next year, next racing season, if that can be clarified, that would be appreciated. And Madam Chair, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Silver?
Oh, thank you. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
All right. Again, thank you, Deputy Chief, for being here today and speaking to us and answering these questions. We appreciate it very much. At this time, it appears that this matter is appropriate for a motion. Commissioner Marcantonis?
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 2, as read into the record by Madam Secretary in the North today, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by the Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Is there any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And it appears there are none opposed. All in favor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 3?
Non-restricted number 3 is the application of Lake Tahoe Gaming Corporation doing business as Tahoe Nugget for a non-restricted gaming license. It is also the application of the David Scott Tate Gaming Trust for licensure as sole shareholder and the applications of David Tate and Christy Tate for licensure as an officer, director, and/or key employee as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good morning. Uh-oh, there. Okay, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, please. We're not hearing you. If you could give us this.
Is
I think
green,
it's good now.
green means
Now we
go?
can hear you.
Okay.
We
Good
can hear you now.
morning.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Tagliati, Commission members, and Executive Secretary Rupert. My name is Sally Aloyan. I'm an enrolled agent authorized by Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 10.020 to assist gaming applicants before the board and commission. I would like to introduce Mr. David Scott Tate, who is appearing in relation to the applications of Lake Tahoe Gaming Corporation doing business as the Tahoe Nugget. We're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, we'll start in the north. Commissioner Krolicki or Silver,
No,
do you have
I
any
just-
questions?
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. No, I just, we watched obviously the board meeting as well, and being it's your 15th non-restricted gaming location and you're really no stranger to this commission as well. I'm happy to support your application, and I wanted to commend you for opening yet another casino and giving jobs up to the citizens up there in the north. And just thank you for your all you've done for Nevada, Northern Nevada, with your business enterprises. I'm confident that that's been probably the key to your success here. So I wish you well.
Thank you.
Chair Tagliati, if I might. Mr. Tate, good morning. It's always a pleasure to see you. Thank you for bringing all your enthusiasm and passion, and particularly if as we segue from the horse racing for rural Nevada, because that obviously is your special recipe, and certainly as a Douglas County resident for many, many decades, I certainly appreciate what you've done at the COD and now, soon at the Tahoe Nugget. Do have a couple questions, if I might. July opening. I just drove by the property today. They've been doing the parking lot and those kind of things, but are you indeed looking to open up on, next month?
We look at, that's quite aggressive, and that looks like it slipped to August the 1st of August now. So that's kind of clearly the case. As you indicated, parking lot's a little rough. It's a lot better than it was earlier. The environment in the basin, as you're aware, is very challenging with the changes in weather. And so we wanted to put a new parking lot in. We got engaged in that process and learned that the substance, the base of our parking was insufficient. So we what we call over X. We removed some of that material and brought in new materials. So when we lay the asphalt, it'll have a higher propensity to hold up, especially given snow removal efforts in the winter. So that is scheduled to transpire. The north end of that facility will be asphalted on Monday, the 24th, and then the south side will be on Tuesday. So that'll be good and cleaned up. The physical plan inside made a lot of progress in the last few weeks. We feel real good about it. They're pulling lead power through the floors this week, Monday through Wednesday, and we'll start installing games up there next week. We used to be a little bit more aggressive in our efforts, but as we get a little older and a little stretched, it takes a little longer. And so we don't want to overwork our people. People are challenging and they're working hard on our existing projects. And so we thought it would be prudent to do that. So, basically we're feeling real good about August open.
Good for you. And I'm sure Mr. Midkiff has enjoyed the parking lot issues and other things. That's what he's good at. And I was delighted to know that he was part of your effort.
He was. I'm not sure if you're aware Mr. Midkiff passed away.
I am.
Okay.
And this
He was
is
a great gentleman.
tribute to him because he When he was at TRPA and again, escorting people through these projects, not many people were finer at it.
Right.
His fan club lives on.
Yeah, he's gold standard, no doubt about it. He loves the area. He's committed to it. His company is still in existence, and they're still helping people, his colleagues, and so I'm happy for that. But what a gentleman Mr. Mickiff was. He was a really great guy, and like you said, knew the regulatory environment up there like the back of his hand. He could help maneuver and help people through the process.
And this property has certainly needed some love and TLC. Could you explain to me you'll be in the rear part where I'll just say that Thai restaurant was, or it's usually a restaurant, but there's still another restaurant towards the front. I think there's some law offices up top, but you're just taking the back portion of the building. Is that correct?
Actually, we were going to do that, and then there was a UPS store retail outlet there.
That closed.
Correct. It closed and was removed. So we went through the process, and as I've shared during the control board meeting, it's very meticulous with respect to square footage and cubic feet of what you're offering from a gaming standpoint, as established back in '79 under TRPA. So that UPS exited after we were approved. We were going to leave that as a shell. It's approximately 1,000 square feet. We'll leave that as a shell. We will not improve that area. However, all the restaurants that you're accustomed to that were there 4 years ago have vacated, with exception to the Sushi Pier, which is on the southwest corner, and they will remain there. They've been there since the 2010-ish, 2010, 11, 12, I think. And they will remain as our food venue for that facility. And you'll have a separate entrance from there, from the gaming area to there as well.
Perfect.
Yes.
And then just location. Again, it's just such an interesting location. Lakeside, as we all know, has been removed, and the opportunity just going forward when Barton Hospital Inc. proceeds and builds out what they. It's still a little mysterious, but there will be a tremendous office center, health center across the street. So that should certainly help your business. I think you equated some of your activities to, the nearest, similar establishment as Dottie's, but it's over, on the other side of Kingsbury and in the middle, in the heart of the State Line Casino District. But that should help your traffic. But, I'm excited every time I go to Safeway. Some people know that I'm my public service now is this gaming commission, and everyone's asking me when the heck is it going to open? And some of the folks who lost jobs when Lakeside closed are eager. So you've got the buzz of the town. We wish you well. Great luck, and just delighted to have you as such a premier operator in this niche, if you will, in our Douglas County and State Line area. Good luck.
Thank you.
Commissioner Silver, any questions or comments?
I already did comment, so.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. We lost your video and I got distracted by that for a second. I was like, pretty soon we're just going to shut off all the lights and talk to each other. Commissioner Marcantonis, any questions or comments?
Mr. Tate, it was very inspiring to hear your presentation to the Nevada Gaming Control Board. You obviously have a very deep-rooted work ethic, and I was particularly impressed with your constant references to taking care of the people. And, I wondered, does this man ever have any time for himself? You said that you are glued to that laptop that I notice is not with you today. It's almost like I feel it should be handcuffed to you, because you said to me that, well, you said to the Gaming Control Board, it's got all the data. You're checking it all of the time, see how much money is being made or not being made. Where is it?
It is in the seat about 4 rows behind me.
Aha. And we have security in the room, so it's being watched. Anyway, I will have no hesitation in supporting you. You are exactly the type of person we need to have in our industry in this state. Well done, sir, and thank you.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Thank you. I echo Commissioner Marcantonis's comments. And I just had one quick question with respect to the timetable for hiring. Where are you at with that? I know that you had mentioned maybe promoting some people, moving some people.
Correct. Hiring is going to be very challenging in this environment, as I think I shared at the control board. We're blessed, though, that we have a strong team in Northern Nevada, and especially over in the Carson Valley. It's down the hill on the other side of Kingsbury Grade at the COD Casino, which was an expensive project to refurbish an existing facility, a building, but we've invested heavy there. We've operated for 10 years. It's unbelievable. It'll be the 10-year anniversary this summer. And so we'll pull a lot of people from there. We've hired some people, key people to be there, but we're going to have our key team members engaged in this project as we go forward. We'll be kind of living in the property and be there as we look to secure some people. It's not a heavily staffed facility, but there is a need for the right. It's about finding the right fit of the person that wants to come and be acquainted there. It's almost like it is truly going to be a neighborhood type of establishment that cares about the people that work there and the people that patronize it. So it's a little old school, it's just different, but that's what we're comfortable with. We know we're capable. We believe in our ability to do that. And then let me get more specific. We're getting really educated here with respect to electronics. We talked about the races just a moment ago and it becoming more technologically advanced. There's an enormous opportunity to solicit employees with respect to social media and electronically. I'm old enough to read 4 newspapers a day. 20 years ago, of course, I can't do that anymore because they don't print them. So, but I do read about 10 online. And so we're blessed to have a couple of representatives up the lake in the basin that have a media venue. And so we plan to participate in that area. Chamber of Commerce, we plan to get involved with. And when that facility gets a little more advanced, probably about 2 to 3 weeks, we'll have a little job fair activity that always seems to create a little excitement for a new physical plant, because people that have an interest can come in, take a look around, and get a feel for the physical plant and make some decisions as to if they're interested in employment. So that's kind of how we plan to address that. Great question, by the way.
Thank you for that.
Well, sir, I don't have any additional questions. I think my comment is, I think that's what makes our state great, right? We have the new and we have the old school, and the old school is still what people in our state, especially those who've been here a really long time and maybe new transplants, like to see. So I obviously application with my colleagues, and I'm going to call for a motion at this time.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Go ahead, Commissioner Kurlicki.
Just because it's in my neighborhood, thank you, Commissioner Marcantonis. I would like to move for approval for non-restricted item number 3, as read into the record by Madam Secretary and recommended for approval by the Gaming Control Board.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
And it appears there are none opposed. Thank you very much for being here and answering our questions, and we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 4?
Non-restricted number 4 are the applications of Kimihiko Higashio for licensure and or finding of suitability as an officer and or director as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
All right, this item is being continued until the July 2024 Nevada Gaming Commission meeting, which we needed to place on the record. Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 5?
Non-restricted number 5 is the application of Rajendran Abalangan for finding of suitability as an officer at Caesars Entertainment, Inc. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary, A.G. Burnett with McDonald Carano here representing Caesars Entertainment. With me is Mr. Rajendran Anbalagan. He's the company's Chief Information Product Transformation Officer, coming in as an officer of the company. He's here to give you an overview of himself if you'd like.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Rajendran Anbalagan. I go by Raj. Just to briefly introduce myself, born and grew up in India, a place called Chennai, which is a southern coastal city of India. My dad and my mom, they still live in India, so I visit them every year for about 2 weeks. And my dad, he was a microbiologist, but ended up going into banking. And my mom studied law, but decided to be a homemaker. My dad, during the, when I was like in elementary school, my dad kind of went into, during the day, he'd be a banker. And the evening, he would just get some books and bought a computer of his own. And he just started, got, more passionate about computers, and he just did learning on his own. And through him is what I got into computers. Like that got me into, I wanted to learn with him. So I got into computers probably at, when I was in elementary school, going to middle school. And so that actually paved the way for me to do my bachelor's in India, in a university called University of Madras in computer and engineering. And then as soon as I graduated, my plan was to continue pursuing master's. But I was so passionate in my college final year, I spent a lot of time researching with the scientist about the weather patterns. So my project was longer, so I'd never had time to prepare for a master's. So I ended up joining a company called Larson and Toubro right out of the college. So they pulled me out of the college right as I was graduating, joined them. And then I was working for through L&T for Dun & Bradstreet in London, and then NBTEL in Canada. And then within a few months, they wanted me to come to St. Louis to work for SWBT to help them with the long distance filing, the financial reporting side of the house. It was supposed to be 3 months, job. I come in, help them, and then go back. But the 3 months, translated to a few more months. They wanted me to, continue the project, and then they wanted me to take on more and more work. And then they negotiated with L&T to give more work for L&T, and they wanted me to run the whole department. So that's how I kind of transitioned from L&T to SWBT, and it was all St. Louis based, right? So, and then I was with them for about 14 years. While I was with AT&T, I kind of pursued my passion of doing my master's. That's when I went and joined UMSL, did my master's while we had our first child. That's when I joined, and then I did work during the day. Evening, I would do the college work. And then between me and my wife, we were just juggling one kid. And then after master's, and I said, you know what, I want to pursue and do my PhD. My wife was like, hell no. so I never did that. But I ended up doing some program courses in Harvard. Then after 14 years with AT&T, Panera came along. They wanted me to come and run their digital transformation. Back then, Panera business was all running within the four walls of the cafe. So the chairman and the founder saw an opportunity to kind of elevate the experience of the guest as part of the rapid pickup and the whole digital journey. I love the brand. And while I was doing my master's, I spent numerous amount of hours in Panera doing my project work for my master's. Love the brand, joined them, spent time for about 12 years with them, developed the whole digital program within Panera. And then along came Caesars, a call from Caesars, looking for somebody to head up the technology. Every 10, 12 years, if you see, I kind of went from completely one industry to a different industry. But for me, it's a learning. It kind of helps me move myself out of my comfort zone, where I can learn more about it. And it's all about a people business, right? Either you're enhancing the experience of the guest who wants to have a great experience, or you're kind of enhancing the experience of the team member who in turn want to provide a great experience to the guest. So through that lens, it sounded like a great opportunity. I'm new to the industry. I'm learning, and it's been getting close to a year now. So every bit of it, I'm learning about different parts of the business. And then that's about on the professional side of the house. Married to my wife, 23 years now. 2 kids. My daughter is a freshman going to sophomore in Nashville, Vanderbilt. And my son is going from middle school, 8th, so he'll be a freshman in high school. So that's about me in a nutshell. If you have any questions. answer.
Thank you. We appreciate you being here. Welcome to the gaming industry. At this time, I'm going to open it up to my colleagues down here in the South. Commissioner Solis Rainey, Commissioner Marcantonis, any questions or comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sir, I don't have any questions for you. Your background is incredibly impressive and you're a joy to listen to as far as, how you move from one industry to the next, which is that's one of the things I was very curious about. Happy to support your application and wish you the best of luck.
Ditto my fellow commissioners' comments. I mean, it runs in your family. I mean, your dad, microbiologist, and then he says, "Oh, I think I'll just go into banking." And then you do all of those things that you do. You go to Panera, then you decide, "Oh, Caesars came along," and I was interesting that whoever it was at Caesars who was reading your resume, yeah, this guy works at Panera. You said to the Gaming Control Board that when you went in, your work ethic was such that you decided to experience every single role at Panera. Tell us a bit more about that. I find that very impressive. Leading from the front is such a key component of our industry. Go ahead.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. So it's all about technology. For me, plays a small part. For me, when I joined Panera, I wanted to spend about a month or 2 months. Actually, I ended up spending 2 months doing every single job that you can actually do within the cafe, whether it's from washing dishes all the way to registers to serving the line, making sandwiches, soups, and salad during lunchtime, running catering order. For me, that helped me. The initial 2 months helped me actually understand the business better, to understand some of the friction point that our guests face when they come into the cafe, and more importantly, the team members that face, whether that can be solved by technology or other means. That gave me a very, very good perspective of what the business is about and what the guests are experiencing, what our customers are, what our team members are experiencing. That in turn, when I came back to the office, all the project and every single thing that I worked, I always was able to relate back to what is actually doing to the business day in and day out.
Wow. Yeah. Well, very impressive. Congratulations.
Commissioner Silver Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just saw, and I echo all the comments of my fellow commissioners. Your resume is impeccable. I did see that you work currently, you're remote from Missouri, and it's been your home for over 20 years, but you planned on moving to Las Vegas. And now in your presentation, you say you have a middle schooler and a high schooler. And I was just wondering, when that was happening, and just tell me more about your transition to Las Vegas.
Yep, a great question. So I actually have an apartment. As soon as I joined Caesars, I spend more than half my time in Vegas. So I rented an apartment, and then as my son was doing middle school, we didn't want to uproot him. So the entire, starting from as soon as the school ended in late May, we've been on the road for last 3 months, looking at schools in Vegas, looking at schools in California, like Sacramento, closer to Reno, because most of my sister's family and my sister-in-law cousins are all in Bay Area. So, happy medium for me and my wife and my family was it'd be great to be closer to the family. And then we also looked at a lot of schools in Phoenix. The schools that my son liked in Vegas when he applied, he was waitlisted. But he also liked one school in Phoenix and one school in Sacramento. So we kind of did, as a family, got together, looked at all our options, and actually 2 weeks ago moved the family from St. Louis to Phoenix. So that's much closer to get here. It's every hour there's a flight, and it's about 40-minute flight as opposed to 4-hour flight. So we're just in the process of settling into Phoenix. But I also have an apartment here. So that way it makes it much easier to commute back and forth.
Chair Tagliati, it's Brian Krolicki. We still can't see each other, but I know Mr. Burnett is standing next to Mr. Ambalagan. So, EG, I can't see you this morning, but it's always a pleasure to have you in front of the commission. The last questioning by Commissioner Silver was interesting to me because I wanted to speak a little bit about Missouri. I've done this twice already in successive items, but I once upon a time lived in Chesterfield, Missouri, sir. product of the Parkway School District. I assume your sons were also?
Yes, actually, we lived in Chesterfield right before we moved. Both my kids, Maria and Anirvan, both of them did in Marquette School District, which is the next neighbor of Parkway School District. So it's like if you're across the street, you're part of the Parkway, and you're on the other side of the street, you're part of the Marquette School. Rockwood, sorry, Marquette is a high school name. Rockwood School District is where both of them studied.
And mom still lives in Kirkwood, but it's in Missouri. For some reason, people always talk about where they go to high school, not where they go to university or college. So I was amused by that. It's a small world. I do have a couple quick questions, sir, and I share my colleagues on the commission's opinions about your background. What a fascinating journey, both professionally and globally, you've had. For Caesars, are you a Section 16 officer? Because your title is just a little bit different, and I think Chair Hendrick and the Gaming Control Board was talking about your product transformation officer title. But do you know if you're a Section 16 officer for Caesars?
Section 16 per the SEC rules or Reg 16?
Yes.
Per public company rules under Nevada?
No,
Gaming
the
regulations?
SEC rules.
I don't know the answer to that.
All right. So they didn't have to do an 8K or anything for his job. Again, it was just the title. I just trying to, I know you report to the Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Yunker. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Right. Could you, the control board did a marvelous job talking about some of the cyber aspects, but I think it's important just to touch on it today because it is a timely subject and certainly one for Caesars. But could you talk about how you integrate into, I think I don't know who the person is, but the CISO, the Chief Information Security Officer, and some of the cyber issues that all of corporate America is facing, and how you might be part of that story within Caesars?
The CISO is part of the technology organization itself. For us, security has been the highest priority, and is the current highest priority too, and will continue to be the highest priority because it's a journey that we need to continue to spend time and kind of improving and looking at the posture because the technology landscape is shifting so rapidly and widely. So it's a very, very high priority for us.
So do you actually work with the CISO?
Yes.
All right, good. No, I think you're eminently qualified. The industries, you've had great successes in various industries, but what a wonderful addition you are to the gaming industry in Nevada. And I wish you well with your new colleagues and with an extraordinary company. So happy to support, thrilled to support.
Thank you.
Well, in that case, I'm happy to support too. And Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 5, as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much for being here and speaking with us. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 6.
Non-restricted number 6 is the application of Michael Shaughnessy for finding of suitability as a director at Full House Resorts, Inc. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Secretary Rupert. For the record, Sean McGinnis with Butler Snow on behalf of Full House Resorts. To my right is Michael Shaughnessy, who has actually been licensed, found suitable by the commission several prior occasions, but it's been a while since he's appeared, so he hasn't appeared before this incarnation of the commission. So I thought it'd be appropriate to have him give a bio of his background, and then we can open up for questions if that works for you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Morning. Happy to be here. Unfortunately, it dawned on me as I was driving here this morning, this is probably going to be my last appearance before the commission and the board. I'm finally getting old enough that I can enjoy life and not work quite as hard as I have the last few decades in this industry. I got started early in my career in gaming by accident. Ended up in Atlantic City, Missouri, or excuse me, Atlantic City, New Jersey in 1985 as an audit director back there at the Tropicana. And within a couple of years, I ended up in Nevada, spent 7 or 8 years as chief financial officer at the Tropicana here in Las Vegas, and jumped around to a couple of other organizations, still mostly in the finance area because my degree was in accounting. Ultimately, by 2004, I ended up with MGM Resorts International. And like all finance guys, finally was able to realize my dream of transitioning to operations. Because all finance guys are always sure we know how to do the operations better than the operations guys who don't have a finance background. Not true, but we always aspire to that. So I spent the next 10 years, 15 years doing operations, some of those at MGM, and then eventually transitioned to the next aisle where you want to be the boss. So I joined Nevada Casinos, which is a small public company, but I went there as the president and CEO of the company. Spent another 7 years there. Eventually, we sold the company, and I quasi-retired. And then a couple of years thereafter, I was asked to join the board at Full House Resorts. So kind of the short version of my history, pretty much in gaming for decades. And the vast majority of it has been in the state of Nevada. As said, I've been before the commissions and the board a number of times over those ensuing years. But the last time I think was probably a half a dozen years ago. Any questions you have, I'm happy to answer.
We appreciate you being here today. Thank you very much for introducing yourself and giving us that presentation. At this time, I'm going to start here in the south and ask either of my colleagues if they have any questions or comments.
Sure. Mr. Shaughnessy, thank you very much for your service to our industry over the years. We don't award points for frequent appearances here. You would be at the platinum level almost by now.
It's just like the absence of my basketball career. You put the 3-point line in just after I got boy, without that 3-point line.
Well, enjoy your quasi-retirement. And I have no hesitation in supporting somebody with the background like yours, sir. Congratulations and thank you.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for being here, Mr. Shaughnessy. Your report was very clean. I don't have any problems. I thought it was ironic and kind of melancholy that you're kind of gone full circle when I looked at your employment. You started with full circle at Full House and now you're back at Full House. So
one of the things I always have told my employees is never burn your bridges. You don't know what the future may hold.
No, I think it's
a very astute observation.
Perfect way to wind down your career, but I think you still have a few good years in you. So good luck. I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
In the north, Commissioner Silver or Kurlicki.
I was going to echo what the other commissioner said. And I was curious about the fact that you had worked for Full House from 98 to 04 and that you left retirement to go back. And I was just curious as to why come out of retirement for Full House versus, or, any other opportunity that you may have had.
Kind of in the uniqueness of time, the passage of all those years, I did work at Full House for a number of years, half a dozen to be exact, and 98 to 04 maybe, and then left there. By the time we get to 2022, other than a few major shareholders, most of the people who had been at Full House Resorts when I was there were all gone. So it was a completely new cast of characters. The chairman or president at the time and today, Mr. Dan Lee, I had met when he was the CFO of Mirage and I was the CFO of Tropicana. When we sold Nevada Golden Casinos, the last company I was working for before I retired, Full House and Dan Lee, one of the companies that looked at acquiring that company. They took a pass and Dan and I kind of got reacquainted. After the company was sold, about 6 months later, Dan called me and said, "What are you doing?" I said, "Nothing. I'm happy to retired. He goes, okay, you got to be a little bit bored. How about could you do some consulting for me? Because I need some help at our property in Indiana. So I did that. And he asked me if I would continue doing more. That's about when COVID hit. And at that point, Dan and I spent a lot of time on the phone talking about how we reopen properties. What does this mean to our industry? How do we ensure that our customers are safe? How do we make that perception real in the world? And Dan and I spent a lot of time talking on the phone because all the casinos were closed and we didn't have a lot of normal stuff to do. So by the time COVID was over, it's like a couple of months later, one of the board members at Full House was retiring, Ellis Landau, who in the small world of things, he and I worked together for 7 or 8 years. And they both called me and said, do you want to join the Full House board and take Ellis's place? So long-winded answer of how I ended up on the Full House. No real connection to the fact that I had once worked there, a couple of decades earlier. Pure coincidence.
Good morning, Mr. Shaughnessy. Thank you so much for being in front of us today. And Mr. McGinnis, I can't see you, but a pleasure to have you with us as well. I do have a couple questions. I love the full circle here, even if there are some new folks. It just is fitting as you're asserting that you're going to perhaps end your career in this position, and you're on the record, but I don't know. You just keep coming back, and you're such a precious resource to the industry. So you're on record that you're going to retire and start enjoying life at some point. I do have some questions about the financials of Full House, and not to go into many details, but as the incoming chair or the chair of the audit committee, it's always important. May I ask who your outside auditor is currently with Full House?
Deloitte.
Deloitte?
Yeah, it's been Deloitte for a number of years.
Good.
And
I know
one year before the partner rotates off for their rotation.
And I know just with interest rates and a lot of other things going on in our corporate world in the US, a lot of companies are having some challenges with their fiscal outlooks and credit ratings, et cetera. But could you just discuss a little bit about Full House's financial conditions, as appropriate, not to press you, but just give an overview. The Moody's recently, did some adjustment to your ratings, but could you just address the financial aspects of Full House, please?
Sure. From a debt perspective, most of our debt is actually at a fixed rate. We issued a big tranche of bonds, several hundred million, a couple of years back, and it's all at a fixed rate. So the variances in the market over the last 18 months, 24 months have not had any material impact on us. The adjustment to the ratings is we have been busy opening new properties. And is almost always the case, brand new properties usually don't quite live up to the expectations. Ours have been no different. Our property in Waukegan is doing phenomenal, but we're not top market in the or top performer in the state of Illinois. It's actually Rivers that does about 4 times because it's in a much better location. But the expectation was we would do probably 20 or 30% more than we're currently doing in Illinois. It's been open a year. It's performing great. We're having no problems, and we love the property. We recently opened the other property in Colorado that opened December-ish into January in the winter up in Colorado. Got off to a slow start, which was expected. Again, another phenomenally done property, looks wonderful, and is not yet doing what we expected it to do. The heartbreaking part, first couple of months, we had to admit we were barely breaking. Not a good open. Those have begun to perform better. That, I think, is the reason for Moody's changing in rating. It's not that there has been any deterioration. It's just with 2 major new properties that collectively between the 2 of them are greater than what the company was before those 2 opened. It was a big enough reflection on the future expectations, at least near term over the next 12 months, that's why they took a look at ratings adjustments. Wish
you all the best. Could you I'm not familiar with the compliance committee with Full House. Could you describe your relationship with the compliance committee and how it works with audit or the board in general?
Push the mic up a little. He's pointing the other way,
I keep
looking the other way.
looking at him and I'm getting further away. We are small enough at Full House with our board, as are most of them really, to tell you the truth, but it's a small enough board. We have moved enough different positions on committees that the relationship of our different committees is pretty tight because our board members are pretty familiar with one another. Having worked together for a while and chaired different committees. From a structure perspective, the compliance committee deals a great deal with gaming regulatory issues. The audit committee doesn't deal as much with the gaming regulatory issues as we do with the financial and accounting type of regulatory issues. The two of us together, though, spend a fair amount of time on our latest discussions on cybersecurity because it's a very important issue. And between governance, compliance, and audit, all three of us tend to be looking at that on a continuing basis and interfacing committee to committee to ensure we're kind of all keeping our eyes on the ball and we're not missing anything because it's kind of a new developing arena and none of us are really experts in a particular arena ourselves. So we rely on some of the staff we have that were hired because of their expertise in these areas. And then as committees, kind of interplay and feed off of each other on that. And I don't know if that was a very clear answer to your question.
It's great. And I certainly appreciate the different responsibilities between the compliance committee and audit, but sometimes they overlap. But does the compliance committee, from a governance flow chart, if you will, report to the audit committee or does it go report straight to the board?
Straight to the chairman of the board.
Okay.
None of our committees report to another committee. We all independently report to the board.
Good. All right. Those are my questions. Again, it's just wonderful to see you come full circle and for the industry still to have your talents. They are incredibly fortunate that you said yes and have come back and made a second round at Full House. And I wish you all the best. Not just you, but the entire company. It's just an important thing for Nevada that all our companies thrive and have prosperous futures. So I wish you the.
Thank you. Sure.
Yeah, sir, I appreciate you being here and answering all of our questions and giving us a presentation. If there are no additional questions or comments, does one of my colleagues have a motion? Commissioner Solis Rainey?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to make a motion to approve non-restricted item number 6 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. It's always
Thank you.
a pleasure.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 7?
Non-restricted number 7 is the application of Manharlal Ratilal for finding of suitability as a director at Genting Berhad. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. I am Eric Okerberg, Nevada Gaming Council to Genting. Hopefully we should any moment have via Zoom the applicant. He goes by the name of George. He is the chairman of the audit committee. I know that he provided his background and everything before the board, but we would ask him to do that again as soon as he joins.
Okay, let's just get him on and then we can. So we know he's watching and
He was watching, yes.
he just needs to
After the meeting
accept
started.
the link.
He's timing out. I
He has to accept.
All right, let me send a quick note if I could, just.
Sure, of course. Okay, he's in.
Perfect.
Welcome, sir.
Good morning, George. We had just provided the introduction, and if I can, I would like to turn it over to you and have you provide a little bit of your background, if that's okay.
Please.
Thank you.
Erica. Good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners. I'm Manhala Ratilal. As Erica mentioned, I go by George. As a bit of a background about me, I studied in the United Kingdom at Birmingham City University, where I earned a bachelor's in accountancy. That was in 1982. I stayed in Birmingham to earn an MBA from the University of Aston. That was in 1984. I have had two careers. The first one is in investment banking at a local bank in Malaysia called RHB Investment Bank, where I worked for 18 years, undertaking advisory and banking work in corporate finance, M&As, and the equities and debt markets. From 1997 to 2002, I served as the managing director of the bank. I left that role in 2003 to begin my second career. I joined Petronas, an oil and gas corporation, as the executive vice president and group CFO. I held those roles for 15 years until I retired in 2018. Throughout my career, I've had many directorships. Currently, I'm serving as the independent non-executive director on the boards of 4 companies. One of them, of course, is Genting Berhad. 2 of them are financial institutions, and the other one is an oil and gas service provider. I joined Genting Berhad in March 2019 as an independent non-executive member of the board, and soon after I was appointed as a member of the audit committee. In June 2023, I was appointed as the chairman of the audit committee following the retirement of my predecessor. As the chairman of the audit committee, I ensure that the audit committee carries out its function in accordance with the terms of reference, among others, reviews and deliberates on the external auditors, audit plans, and audit reports. This includes evaluating key audit matters and the system of internal controls for Genting Berhad, evaluating the internal audit plan and internal audit reports, including approving required resources to address risk areas that have been identified, reviewing the quarterly report and audited financial statements to ensure that these reports and statements give a true and fair view of the financial position, financial performance, and cash flow of the Genting Group, reporting the deliberations and decisions of the audit committee to the board of directors and making corresponding recommendations. I will be pleased to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us. Oh, what's that? At this time, I'm going to open it up to my colleagues in Northern Nevada or any questions or comments they may have.
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. Mr. Ratilal, it's hard to call you George. We're usually not that informal, but I do appreciate the option. And good morning to Ms. Okerberg. I think you are exquisitely qualified. I can't imagine a person who could be more qualified for the role and responsibilities that you're taking on. I do have some questions, though, sir, just on how governance works. If that's one of my favorite topics in all of this, and particularly when there's an audit chair involved. But I don't know that I've ever had an occasion to be in a situation like this as a regulator with someone who's from a Malaysian publicly traded company. And so I'm just trying to understand how your role as audit chair fits, all the way down to Resorts World Las Vegas, if I might. But could you describe the various responsibilities you have, in the audit chair position, but does the internal auditor of, I'll call it, I know it's Genting Berhad, but I'm just going to call it Genting for ease of discussion today. But does the internal auditor report to your audit committee at Genting? Did we lose you?
He has to unmute.
Yes. The internal auditor of RWLV, Resorts World Las Vegas, does not report to us. He reports to the board of Genting Assets, which is the immediate holding company of Resorts World Las Vegas. And that board comprised key senior management of Genting Berhad. The Genting Berhad itself is a sprawling group. It has 3 PTCs, one in Singapore and 2 in Malaysia. And each of these PTCs will have their own audit committee. They are listed and they have to follow the obviously the listing requirements of the stock exchange in Malaysia, which is not very far different from any other stock exchange. We pretty much mutualized in terms of regulations. So I don't have the audit committee of Genting Berhad only has a very, very superficial view of Resorts World Las Vegas. The internal audit team of Genting Berhad, which focus on Genting Berhad itself, which by itself has 2 or 3 different kinds of businesses, oil and gas as well as life sciences, and wholly owned companies within Genting Berhad itself, except for Resorts World Las Vegas. Obviously, Resorts World Las Vegas is is quite remote from Malaysia. It has its own local nuances and regulations and compliance, and therefore a separate compliance board and separate audit committee would be more appropriate for Las Vegas.
And I appreciate that answer, but very respectfully and gently, I mean, you're in front of the Nevada Gaming Commission today with an application for suitability as a director. So, a superficial reporting of various pieces of the Genting Berhad, portfolio of companies. I mean, this is an important one, obviously, to us. We regulate it, and again, that's why we have the great occasion to meet with you today and to have this discussion. So, at the end of the day, you are responsible. You are the audit committee chair. You're a board member, and what happens in Las Vegas, in this case, does go all the way to Malaysia. How? I think you described to the Gaming Control Board, there are 2 different compliance committees, one at your level, at Berhad level, and the other at the asset level. There are 2 different ones. But for example, are the minutes of these meetings forwarded to? I'm getting an echo. But are minutes of meetings forwarded to you? I mean, I just want to understand if there is an occasion or threshold that's met in a compliance meeting or an audit committee of one of the portfolio companies, what is the trigger? What's the mechanism? How does it flow up to you? Because again, sir, you do have serious responsibilities for these various companies and again for us, the Las Vegas Resorts World activities. But can you describe how you would be informed?
Commissioner Kurlicki, if I could, I think I might be able to help explain a little bit better and a little bit more granularity that might be helpful here. So there are two compliance committees. One is at the Resorts World Las Vegas LLC level, and the other is at the Genting Berhad level. There's also a sister subsidiary that's not relevant here, so I won't talk about their separate compliance committee. The Genting Berhad committee is made up of executives from Genting Berhad, which includes Kong Han Tan, the president, Lee Sien, who's the general counsel, again at the Genting Berhad parent company level, and then the independent member, who's AG Burnett. At the Resorts World level, you have Bruce Aguilera and Terry Vavra, and Terry has an application on file as the property CFO, and then the independent member for that, as well as AG Burnett. For those compliance committees, they report to the Genting Berhad Board of Directors, of course, which George is a member of. And then there also is, and I recognize where the confusion came in, Genting Assets does not have its own compliance committee, but they have a board of directors that meets and has executives made up from the Genting Berhad team that help to oversee and manage items that happen at the Resorts World level. They also are members of what's called the executive committee, which helps to manage and oversee the affairs that are happening at that Resorts World level. Those members, just so you have them, are Kok Tai Lim, who is the chairman and the CEO of Genting Berhad, Huey Lim, who's the deputy CEO and a director, Kong Han Tan, who again I mentioned was the president, Yifan Wang, who is the CFO of Genting Berhad, and then Peter Lavoie, who is the property president for Resorts World Las Vegas. So I recognize that it's a little complicated in the structure as to the different elements. But again, just to answer your direct question, the compliance committee materials and minutes are shared to the Genting Berhad board. That's who they report to. And George would receive on a regular basis updates that are provided to the board from Resorts World. And then there are certain matters that are reported and elevated within the purview of the audit committee. For example, interested party transactions and things like that. And George, feel free to step in if I've missed anything there.
Well, that's pretty much it. The internal audit team of Genting Berhad would be liaising with Genting the Resorts World internal audit team. Of course, if there are matters that requires attention by the Genting Berhad board in terms of standards and in terms of any situations where internal audit in Genting in Resorts World have any findings of any material nature, then it comes out to the audit committee of the Genting Berhad board.
And thank you for that, sir. Ms. Okerberg, thank you for your description. I'm still getting some echo here. But just, and George, I know you work with a bank, so you talked in front of the Gaming Control Board about having to deal with various regulator type entities in your various industries. But for example, if there was communication from a regulator from a gaming jurisdiction or from the Gaming Control Board, if that were to happen with Las Vegas Resorts World, does that trigger an event where you would be advised or the board would be advised? I appreciate all of the wonderful talent and people dedicated to these various things, and certainly Mr. Burnett's participation gives this commissioner great comfort that things are being done positively. But as audit chair or member of Genting Berhad board, what triggers it? So would a regulatory communication be elevated to the board's attention?
I think if I could, I'll start and ask George to add if I miss anything. Just a communication with a regulator typically would not be elevated to the level of the Genting-Burhad board or to the audit committee. If it is something of a material nature, or if there's a particular issue or something that comes up, it would be elevated to the executive committee and potentially the Genting Assets Board, which again, those shared members that I mentioned earlier. George is not a member of either of those boards, and so he wouldn't see it from that capacity. If there is something that rises to a level where it is substantial or material that Genting-Burhad needs to be aware of as the ultimate parent company, then it would be reported up through the executive committee or through the Genting Assets Board.
Yeah, this might be a difference, and I'm sorry to belabor this. I'm just, again, that this is a teachable moment for me because we do have so many international types, coming in front of us, and again, Malaysia just seems to be different. But certainly, my experience in audit committees, this type of information would be communicated directly to the audit committee. That's kind of the hot seat, and that's why you get paid the extra bucks. And I assume you've got to sign off on certain documents, that come through. And you also have the direct line, I believe, if it's similar, to the outside auditor. So George, who is the outside auditor for Genting-Burhad?
It's PwC.
PwC. Is PwC the outside auditor for Resorts World, also Las Vegas?
It's now Ernst & Young.
Okay, but I assume there's communication. There are obviously walls here, but there are just different layers here. And again, sir, you are just, and I've said this before, but I'm on message. You are just impeccably qualified, and my comments have nothing to do with you or Genting. It's just how it works. So I understand in case there is some kind of fire drill, how you would be informed. What is your personal responsibility? How does it get to the board? And you've done much of that, but I would hope that the minutes for the various compliance meeting minutes, the audit committees underneath you, do reach your level of attention. Because again, at the end of the day, as I said, the Genting-Burhad board and your audit committee are, absolutely responsible for things that happen in our neighborhood. So with that, I'll cease. But again, you are a massive asset for Genting. I wish you nothing but the best, and I look forward to continued successes and all the wonderful stories that your company has around the world, including the gaming part. And I do have to ask you one last question. I know there's a fire at the Genting Highlands theme park in Malaysia. I hope everyone is all right and that didn't disrupt lives. But any updates from the fire?
Happy to say that, you can't be happy in this kind of cases, but yes, there was a fire, but thankfully nobody was injured. The fire was put out in just a couple of hours. So now it's down to repair works. That casino is owned by another PTC of Genting. There's Genting Malaysia Berhad, which owns the casino as well as all the leisure and hospitality business at Genting Highlands.
Well, that's good news. Thank you for your patience, George and Ms. Zuckerberg. I appreciate the governance lesson.
Thank you.
Commissioner Silver, anything else?
Thank you, Chair. I do think that Ms. Zuckerberg's responses to the Gaming Control Board were extremely helpful in how he interacts with Resort Worlds Las Vegas. And we even got an email at 8:45 this morning from council as well, further giving us further information on it. So I know that you're more than qualified and I support your application. Thank you for being here.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Mr. Rotila, thank you for being with us. I had just a quick question regarding the number of committees that you serve on. You're currently serving on 4 all of which, I'm sorry, the number of boards that you serve on. You're on 4 boards, chairman of the audit committee for 3 of them, and then serve on the audit committee for the 4th one. Is there a limit under the Malaysian regulations as to how many you can be, how many boards you can be a member of? And if beyond that, how many you can serve on the audit committee as chair?
The regulation in Malaysia is a maximum of 5 PTCs that you can serve on 5 boards in Malaysia. If they are publicly listed companies. I'm on 4 now, so this is where I stop.
Okay, that was my other question. If you intended to take on another one, it seems like you'd have your hands full with the 4 that you're on. I mean, they're large companies, and your responsibilities are pretty broad on all of them.
Well, as a constellation, 2 of them are in the same group. That is Hong Yong Bank and Hong Yong Investment Bank. Yeah, they're both banks, and they're the same group. They just happen to be, separate companies. One of them is listed, and the other one is not.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. I don't have any further questions. Commissioner Korlicki covered the other areas that I was curious about. Thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis.
Mr. Radilal, quick question with regard to Genting Berhad, where life sciences is a division. I was wondering if you could give us some clarity. What falls under the category of life sciences? Is that medical exploration?
Yes, it is. It is. We have 2 life sciences project. One of them is a research into an Alzheimer's drug. This one is a bit different. Most drugs are by intravenous, but Taurex, which is the name of the company that we are investing in, is in oral form. So it's going through its stages of getting FDA approval, and conducting all the various tests before it can go on to various stages in the FDA. All the approvals that are required from the FDA. The other one is DNAE, which is treating diseases in the fields of oncology and neurodegeneration. Again, is going through various stages of research. We are getting encouraging results, but when it comes to life sciences, it's a very, very long process. Big investments, long process, and we hope to be successful in this. And we have been told that there are pretty good prospects so far.
Okay, and thank you for that. Just to clarify, and I know where my fellow Commissioner Korlicki, in his questions, it was just, I think, our concern being obviously what happens in Las Vegas, and of course Resorts World being here. And I think we were just trying to clarify that when there are any regulatory issues or questions, if there was a mechanism to upload those to the highest levels, which of course would include yourself. And it sounds from your explanation, yes, there is, and it is there. So thank you for that explanation. And also congratulations. It was very fascinating to read of the recognition that you received from the King of Malaysia with the title, is it Datuk? And still, whether it was anything, it is still extremely impressive, as is the rest of your background, sir. So it is an honor to have you in front of us today and to support your application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, I don't have anything additional to ask, or I think everything's been thoroughly covered before the board and today. So at this time, I think the matter is ripe for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 7 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Is there any discussion on the motion? There being no discussion, all in favor, say aye.
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 And it appears there are none opposed. Thank you very much for being with us today and answering our questions. We appreciate it. And Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you very
Ms.
much,
Zuckerberg,
Commissioner.
this was very helpful. Thank you. Good.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we need to take a break, a comfort break, and we are going to recess for maybe 7 minutes for the court reporter as well. So we'll be on a break. Thank you. Okay, thank you. We're back on the record. And let me just make sure we have our colleagues available up.
Wow, we see you.
Boy, we see us too, and we don't like it. A lot of.
It looks lonely without your two other commissioners and Madam Secretary with you, so.
Well, we'll see you soon. Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 8?
Non-restricted number 8 is the application of Tara Carranza for finding of suitability as a key employee at Golden Tavern Group. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning again, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am Erica Okerberg. I'm appearing on behalf of Golden Entertainment for this item today. Here with me today is the applicant, Tara Carranza. She provided her overview of background and a little bit about herself at the board meeting, which we watched. But if I could, I'd like to ask her to tell you a little bit about her current duties and responsibilities.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Tagliati and Commissioners. I am Tara Carranza. To share a little bit about my current role with Golden Entertainment. I am a regional operations manager for Golden Tavern Group. I oversee operations for 10 locations with the general managers and assistant general managers reporting to me, which also include 5 culinary regional managers as well. I report to Vincent Russo, Director of Operations, and Dan Grosbeck, Vice President of Distributed Gaming. My duties include hiring, training, team member development, payroll, auditing, maintenance, compliance, guest relations, pretty much everything, every aspect of running a tavern on a daily basis. I also currently oversee the Bartender Extra Board, which includes hiring, scheduling, and training those new team member hires for 71 locations. I was honored to be nominated to join the Golden Women's Group, an affinity group for Golden Entertainment team members dedicated to the workplace advancement of women. This group provides mentoring and professional education to emerging women in the company. I am very honored to be back with my Golden family and very proud to work such an amazing group of individuals who are honest, hardworking, and supportive. I continue to learn from them daily and look up to them greatly. With that, I would like to say a big thank you to to Agent Lane for his hard work on my application, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
So in describing your job, you basically work 24 hours a day.
Yes, my phone is never off.
Never off,
Yes,
I'm sure.
never off.
Well, let me open it up to my colleagues for any questions or comments they may have. I'm going to start this time I try to alternate. I'll start in the north. Commissioner Korlicki or Commissioner Silver?
We're both being polite up here and letting the other go first, but I got tasked with this. Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought the Gaming Control Board did a marvelous job, fleshing out of this all of your responsibilities and the fact that you've learned to not sleep very much, and that you're maxed out on the regional supervision positions by having the control of 10 properties with the reporting lines. Your background, again, I think is a great attribute for Golden Tavern. They're fortunate to have you. And I don't want to go into details, but I do, understand that, you've had some issues in the past. They were over a decade ago and some financial issues, but I'm hoping all of those are behind you. And that's correct. Yes.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
Perfect. Thank you. And I don't mean to put you in a tough spot, but these are important, and a gaming license is a privilege, and you got to cherish it, nurture it, and do all the right things to preserve it. And that's why we ask these questions. But other than that, I'm delighted to support your application and appreciate your journey and story, and good on you. And I will support your application.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Silver?
Sorry, I'm having IT difficulties. I would echo Commissioner Kurlicki's comments, but I did notice that just last year you entered into, it looks like a hemp lien or loan, and I just wasn't really clear how that worked. maybe you could provide some better details as to that, because that was only a year ago.
That was a relief that we had spoken to the mortgage or my bank about, just giving a little bit of relief and help when I was in between jobs taking care of my brother. And I believe that they just put it on the back end of the mortgage loan. And we continue to just pay a little extra every month on top of that. It's not, I don't have to pay it back at any certain time. It just goes on the back end of the mortgage loan.
All right. No, I appreciate all the hard work with the 10 different locations that, you know, you're in charge of. And I realize you have very big family commitments, and Golden Gaming has obviously a lot of trust in what you do. And like I said, I just echo his comments, Commissioner Kerlicki's, and that, you know, this is a privilege license, and it's very important when this board when this commission issues it. So thanks again for being here, and I appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
Commissioner Solis-Rainey.
Ms. Carranza, thank you for being here. And it's a pleasure to have heard about your story. It's want to commend you on your longstanding marriage.
Thank
That's
you.
you meeting your significant other when you're in 8th grade is not something we hear about often. So that's probably the most important relationship, and you've done well with it. So congratulations on that. With respect to your position, can you tell me a little bit about how geographically spread your properties are and how your typical days are, how you distribute your time?
Geographically, I got kind of lucky with that. Obviously, we do have almost coming up onto 71 locations. Most of mine are in the Southwest area. So that was lucky for me. I do have some in the Northwest, one in the Northwest and one in like Henderson area. But I typically spend my day in the morning, you know, scheduling interviews or answering emails, getting things done as far as admin wise. And then I try to visit at least 3 to 4 taverns a day and hit those as traffic, you know, or as tavern needed, or situations needed with GMs. So if I'm in one area, then I try to hit, you know, those along the way. And then my phone's on 24 hours a day. So
are those drive-bys, or do you actually stop by it?
Oh, no. I go in and actually speak with the GMs or the employees that are working, make sure that they don't need anything from me, or if they do need something from me, and that is why I'm there, I help with that, whatever is needed at that point.
Do you do the hiring for those 10 properties?
So I try to leave that up to my general managers to kind of take that reign, but I do oversee everybody that they interview. And then ultimately at the end, they speak with me about what they would like to do and how I feel about that.
Okay. And you indicated in your summary that one of the things you do is payroll for these 10 properties. Do you just, I assume there's some kind of centralized payroll. Are you referring to just submitting your payroll, reviewing it and submitting it?
Correct. So we go over everybody's, make sure that nobody has any time that shouldn't be there, or time that a lot of time that wasn't allowed, you know, not clocking in, clocking out. I just pretty much oversee the rules and
you
making
review
sure
it.
that I just review it and approve it.
Perfect. I didn't have any other questions. You have what, other than you have 3 of your kids at home?
I do.
So you still have your hands full with that as well.
Well, they're getting older. It's making me sad a little bit, but they're awesome kids. And so they make me very proud.
Good. Yeah. All righty. Well, I appreciate you being here and answering our questions and being forthright in your responses. I don't have any further questions, but I wish you best of luck.
Commissioner Marcantonis.
Ms. Carranza, thank you for being here. And of course, I love to hear your life story. And you are obviously almost a rock for your entire extended family, while at the same time juggling all these multiple balls. And that's extremely commendable. Well done.
Thank you so much.
And that's what role models are. And that's what I think anyone listening to your story would consider. So I will have no hesitation supporting your application today, but this is your first time in front of us.
It is.
And how have you felt as you've gone through the process? Did you have trepidation? Nervous?
I think more for me, it's the unknown. And then, just having to talk about things that were, hard from the past. A little therapy session, but it was good. It was good. But it's been a very great learning experience for me. And I hope to grow in this company and maybe see you again in the future, move up the ranks.
Well, you're with a fine company. Congratulations. It is a catharsis. You do learn a lot about yourself as somebody who's been licensed several times myself, I know. So thank you for having the courage to stand in front of us with Ms. Okerberg and going through the process. Thank you, Chair.
I don't have any additional questions or comments. I appreciate you being here to answer all our questions. And at this time, I would call for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 8 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion?
No.
There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And I believe there were none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 9?
Non-restricted number 9 are the applications of Siobhan Lane for finding of suitability and/or licensure as an officer and/or director as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. I'm Sonia Vermaze from the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Barber Schreck. My client is Light and Wonder Inc. and its subsidiaries. To my right is the applicant, Siobhan. She's before you this morning in connection with her applications for a finding of suitability and for licensure with her various officer director positions with Light and Wonder Inc. and with its subsidiary LNW Gaming. And with that, I did want to mention, I can't see you on screen, unfortunately, but congratulations on your appointment, Commissioner Silver. It's an honor. We're glad to have you join the ranks. And with that, let me move over and let the applicant put her name on the record, and she can tell you about herself and answer any questions you might have.
Thank you too.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. My name is Siobhan Lane, and I've been in the gaming industry for 17 years, always on the supplier side of the industry, working in land-based gaming. I spent 12 of those years at Aristocrat Technologies in various positions and left there to join what was Scientific Games and stepped into the Chief Commercial Officer role in February of 2020, which was an interesting time to join a new company. In October of 2022, I was appointed as the CEO of the land-based gaming division, Light Wonder, and hold various responsibilities, including overseeing our global R&D operations and sales teams and general management of the division. I also serve as the first vice president on the board of Global Gaming Women, which is a nonprofit organization that supports the professional development of women and seeks to advance the diversity of our industry as a whole. Personally, I'm a wife and a mom of 3 kids, my most important role, and I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you. We appreciate you being here today. I'm going to go ahead and open it up to my colleagues here in the South first. Commissioner Solis Rainey, do you have any questions or comments?
I don't have any questions, but thank you for being here. And you have your hands full of twins.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
And thank you for your work on the women's, the Women of Global Gaming. It's a great organization.
Yeah.
Commissioner Marcantonis.
Ms. Lane, thank you for being here. Impeccable background. An amazing career too. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Wish you luck going forward and have no hesitation in supporting your application today.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Kerlicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Lane, an absolute pleasure to meet you. I'm sorry we're virtual today, but this is one of the easier items in front of us. Your record is just extraordinary. I appreciate the fact that you've been approved in, I think, literally hundreds of jurisdictions and previous gaming renditions, including Aristocrat, but it is your first time in front of Nevada. So hopefully it's, we get to see you in good ways regularly, and welcome to our market here. Just to confirm what I heard at the Gaming Control Board meeting, that you intend to leave those kids of yours and husband in Pennsylvania and come to Nevada maybe once or twice a month. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
All right. And as a father of 3 daughters, I appreciate the global gaming women efforts that you put in, and I was pleased to learn that old friend Patty Becker was one of the responsible parties for its creation. But you're in great company, and welcome, and completely and fully and enthusiastically support your application here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Silver?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too watched the board meeting, and I wanted to congratulate you on your upcoming role as the president of the Women's Global Gaming Las Vegas. And as an aside, I also saw that you graduated from Penn State, and wanted you to know my mother was the Nittany Lion Princess of 1957, for what that's worth.
Amazing.
And yeah.
What was she?
She was the Nittany Lion Princess of 1957 for Penn State.
You need to spell that for the.
So
I'm not sure that role exists anymore, but that's great. That's wonderful.
Yeah. So anyway, congratulations, and I fully support your application. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I don't have any additional questions. Everybody's already said what there is to say. Obviously, we support your application, and you're eminently qualified for, the work that you do. And so at this time, I'm going to call upon one of my colleagues, Commissioner Marcantonis, to make a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 9, as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by the Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you. Appreciate you being here
Thank you
today.
very much.
Thank you. All right, that brings us to the restricted items held out for discussion. Madam Secretary, could you please read in restricted item number 1?
Restricted number 1 is the application of The Outfit LLC doing business as Jive Turkey for a restricted gaming license, and the applications of James Pulliam and Adam O'Donnell for licensure as a member and manager. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good afternoon, David Brown, on behalf of the applicant, The Outfit LLC, and Mr. Pulliam and Mr. O'Donnell. I'll let them each briefly tell you just a short bit about their background, and then, of course, answer any questions.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is James Pulliam. I grew up just outside of Chicago in Oak Park, Illinois. I received my bachelor's degree in business management administration from Bradley University in Peoria. I've worked in food and beverage for most of my adult career. Most recently, I opened Circa Resort in October of 2020 as the beverage director, which is where I happened to meet Adam, and we hit it off and decided to open our own project. So I resigned from my position in March to dedicate 100% of my time to this. Happy to answer any questions.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us. My name is Adam O'Donnell, lifelong Las Vegas resident. Food and beverage has been my career. Currently working at Circuit Legacy Club, where I met Sam. Looking to put my 2 weeks in today or tomorrow so I can ramp up with Sam the opening of Jive Turkey, where I plan on being 7 days a week from sunup to sunup. So that's my background. Answer any questions you have.
Okay, I'm going to start in the north this time and ask my colleagues if they have any questions or comments for either of our applicants today.
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. Which did you do when you were talking about Circa? Were you involved in Barry's downtown restaurant? Were there certain restaurants you were more involved with, or the whole hotel?
For the record, this is Mr. Pulliam.
Yeah.
So
either one. They both.
my involvement at Circa Resort, the restaurants were all third-party outlets. So everything else, every bar on property, cocktail service bars, the sports book, the rooftop bar, Legacy Club. And then I also oversaw Golden Gate Casino across the street.
I just want to commend both of you for your hard work. I did watch the board meeting as well, and you know, for making the area around the Huntridge Theater a great entertainment venue, hopefully for the future. And so, and the way you both have worked your way up to the top as now business owners is really impressive, and just following your dreams. So I just wanted to comment that I support your application, and I wish you well in your endeavor on this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gaming Control Board presentation was interesting. Now I understand the definition of jive turkey. And Mr. O'Donnell wishes he was born in Las Vegas. He's just a lifelong, what was it, the first 9 months of your life you weren't. So, you know, we all understand that one. I wish I was born in Nevada. I do appreciate the entrepreneurship, you know, what you're doing, where you're doing it, the gumption with how you're doing it. It's just a great story. But just for the record, I do need to just ask Mr. Pulliam, you've had we'll call it colorful early part of your life, and those items and issues are fully behind you. This is a privileged license, and we protect it. We ensure the finest of Nevada's citizens have this very special opportunity, but just want to make sure that those issues are behind you. Correct, sir?
Sir, that's correct. I also have a 2-year-old at home that I'm trying to be a good role model for. So
awesome. Again, I'm in full support of the application. Appreciate the journey that has been taken to get you two in front of us and to launch this opportunity in business. And I will very enthusiastically support your application.
Commissioner Marcantonis.
Thank you for being here, gentlemen. I too enjoyed the presentations to the Gaming Control Board. I think we need to try and discourage applicants from announcing resignations from existing licensees at these meetings. I mean, you don't know who's watching this, do you? So I hope you have time to resign by the time you leave here. But is the Legacy Club at Circa, is that the one that, with the gold bars at the exterior? And you allow cigar smoking in there? And it's quite remarkable. There's not as many places that do that. Do you find much resistance, or is it the opposite? Do you get a lot of clientele because of the cigar aspect?
We do get a lot of clientele because of a lot. I don't know. Oh. We do get people like that seek us out because of it's cigar friendly. You can bring your own. They are for sale. The ventilation in the room is such that, you know, not sitting right next to somebody, but in the general area, you wouldn't know someone had a cigar because of how they ventilate the room. So it's still a pleasant experience if you don't have a cigar with you.
Oh, good, and thank you for that explanation. I believe I was there a few days ago. But you may be forgiven now by anyone watching this from Circa, since you've also done a brief commercial for them before you resign. So I have no further questions. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Thank you. Thank you both for being here. I looked over the materials carefully. I think it's an exciting project. I mean, the pictures looked like you were still pretty far away. What's your estimated opening date?
Estimated timeline now is 5 to 6 weeks. I mean, there are construction things that happen that are out of our control, but now the latest thing from our developer is 5 to 6 weeks.
Yeah, I know it moves fast once they have everything they need, but yeah, it looks interesting. It's a nice area that can use the revitalization. So I appreciate that. I didn't have any other concerns. Mr. Pulliam, I take you at your word that these issues are behind you. I was concerned by the recency of the last issue. But hopefully that 2-year-old will keep you in line. And, it's just something that, that is a red flag for me. So make sure that that stays in the past.
Yes, absolutely.
I would echo the comments of Commissioner Solis Rainey, like easily could have been charged and weren't. Just based upon many years of experience in the system, and it wasn't that long ago. So, I'm going to support your application today, but I can't go without echoing exactly what she said. And so with that, does any other commissioner have any questions or comments for either of our applicants today? Hearing none, does anyone have a motion they wish to make?
Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted item number 1, as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd just like to take the opportunity to thank Agent Lombardo, who did spend a lot of time on this with us, and also to welcome the newest commissioner. Her predecessor was one of my favorites, but I'm sure the Commissioner Silver will be great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in restricted number 2?
Restricted number 2 is the application of the Standard Tavern West Lake Mead Boulevard LLC doing business as Torrey Pines Pub for a restricted gaming license. It is also the applications of Cornelius Radin, Christopher Morahan, Ronald Reed, and Cynthia Reed for licensure as a member and or manager as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Dennis Gutwall with the law firm of McDonald Carano. With me is Chris Morahan, Cynthia Reed, Ron Reed, and Neil Radon. With your permission, I'm going to have Chris tell you a little bit about the place. Chris and Neil have been before you before, so I won't have them retell you about their life. But then I'll have Cynthia and Ron give you a little bit of background since they're new here.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Hello, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Christopher Morahan. This is my second time in front of the commission here. The previous time was 2021. Cornelius or Neil Redan and I currently own and operate the Standard Tavern in Centennial Hills, coming up on our 3-year anniversary on August 15th of this year. We saw an opportunity to purchase a well-standing bar for 30 years in Torrey Pines Pub, also in the Northwest area, not too far from us, which Neil and I took advantage of. And after our due diligence and partnering up with the Reed family, this is their first application here. They were more than happy to be financial partners with us and have Neil and I as the primary operators. So Neil and I both plan on splitting our time between both venues. I primarily run the Standard Tavern at about 60% capacity. Neil will do the same thing at Torrey Pines at about 60% capacity, and then 40% vice versa whenever we need assistance. Any questions? We're here and happy to answer.
Thank you. Do we have any questions about the business, the plan, anything from any of my fellow commissioners? Commissioner Marcantonis looks like he's going to press the button.
Perfect. Well, Mr. Morahan, you had mentioned, I think, to the Gaming Control Board that you have a background with some of the big established names in the city in the past, right? Was that Hakkasan? Was it?
Yes,
was
sir.
It the Light
So
Group?
I
Tell us a bit more about that.
Exactly. So I originated in Las Vegas. I was a bartender. I transitioned to the nightclub world where I ran VIP services for some of the larger companies. So it was Andy Massey's Light Group and Andrew Sassen's Light Group, which is very well known, pretty much established bottle service in Las Vegas. I was with them for about 5 years. Then I was an executive as well for Hakkasan before the merger with Tao Group and during COVID. So between 2013 or so till about 2020, I was a nightclub executive. Once COVID happened and things kind of took a turn, I made the decision with Neil that I would go all in on the tavern business to essentially save our business to make sure that it was running up to capacity. During that time, I had another child, so I have 2 young ones. So I decided, like being my own boss, and it's worked out ever since.
Thank you. Great background.
Appreciate
it. Any questions about
I was curious how your other property was doing. I remember you being in front of us in 2021.
Yeah, fantastic. Hopefully we would like to grow that brand as well. Torrey Pines Pub, the one that we're taking over, since it's been such an established bar in the neighborhood, we didn't want to change the name or have to rebrand. We decided it would be best for everyone involved, staff, members of the community, if we kept the Torrey Pines Pub and kind of kept history and flavor. But we hope to expand the Standard Tavern brand soon.
Good to hear that. I don't have any other questions about any of your backgrounds. It was pretty straightforward in the reports. Thank you.
Thank you.
In the north?
Yes, thank you, Chair Tagliati. I do have a question. You said that you wanted to keep the Torrey Pines Pub, you know, the same people, the same history, et cetera. So my really most important question is that you are going to keep it as a Philadelphia Eagle bar, because I don't know where I would go to watch football if you don't keep it an Eagles bar.
That's a very important part of our business plan. We only hope to expand that portion of it. Philly cheesesteaks are #1 on our menu, and
that was going to be my second question.
Yeah.
Are the cheesesteaks staying as well with the new owners?
Yes, with whiz and everything.
I don't like the whiz, but okay. And then how does that work with you're from New York? I watched the board meeting. How's that? Are you a Giant? Like how?
I'm actually a Jets fan, and the Standard Tavern. Yeah, I'm a Jets fan.
Same question. How does that work with you?
It's tough. It's a conflict a little bit, but I do what's good for the business and what the people want. So I kind of put my personal agendas aside for a few hours a day.
Okay, thank you. That was all the questions I have. I just wanted to make sure it was going to stay an Eagle bar. Thank you.
Yes, you got it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question, and this is probably more for Mr. Reed, but it goes to all of you, so I don't know how you wish to answer it. But just on the initial $500,000 purchase of the asset, I do note that Mr. Reed is using his IRA, which is fine, because I think he's on the record saying that there's other IRA assets. But it's a $300,000 loan to the enterprise, which is, I think, all of Mr. Reed's investment, but he still has a 16 2/3%. So are you putting any equity in this for that percentage of ownership?
We are. So my wife and I are each putting $50,000 capital into the business for our equity stake. The loan is really just something favorable terms to the business to make sure that it's viable.
Okay, I'm just trying to do the math here. So I see the 250 IRA, I see your personal 50 and your wife's 50, but the loan is for 300. So together you're putting in the 50 for that percentage of 32%, 34%.
So it's non-IRA money for the 100,000 between my wife and I that's going in, and then it's IRA money for the loan.
Okay, but the loan's 300,000. So what's that comprised of? Is that all IRA?
It's correct.
Okay, then just your sources on this, I just see 250 from your IRA.
I think that's probably a typo. It's definitely $300,000 loan.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm looking at it. All right, again, that's just my news. I was just interested if there is equity, and you're saying yes for the record. The 300,000 is a loan, but on top of that, there's an additional. What is the amount of equity between your wife and yourself?
Yeah, it's 100,000.
Okay, then just for the record, those charts don't add up on the financial section on page 12. But I accept that. That's fine. That's your business. Appreciate that we've seen Chris and Neil before, and to the Reeds, thank you and welcome. I am in full support and happy to support your application in front of us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we'll have Ron tell you a little bit about himself, and then Cynthia.
Thank you.
Ron Reed again, for the record. I work in cybersecurity. Been doing that for about 15 years. Cynthia and I decided to move to Las Vegas a couple of years ago as COVID was ending. I realized that since I now work remote, we can live pretty much anywhere we want to live. We started thinking the further we live from the East Coast, where I was employed, the better, so that I never get called into an office again. And so we started looking at destinations on the West Coast. We decided Las Vegas together. I've been coming here for 30 years as a tourist. And, Cynthia and I have some nice memories here from our time. And yeah, we met Chris, decided what he was doing sounded exciting. It was a good diversification play for us for our investments. And we're just excited to own a piece of Las Vegas.
Thank you.
Wow.
Hi, I'm Cynthia Reed. Good afternoon. I've been a homemaker for the past 16 years. Before that, I was in educational administration. I have my master's in that. How I got here is my husband has known Mr. Morahan for some time. And when I met Mr. Morahan and sat down and talked to him and saw what he and Mr. Redan have done with their current tavern, I was super, super impressed. And my husband and I have been talking about getting, owning a business for some time. We're getting older. So he thought when Mr. Morahan gave us the opportunity to go into business with them, it was a no-brainer. We jumped on it. My husband and I are just looking for diversification. We won't be doing any of that hands-on. We're silent partners. With that said, we are both enrolled in the seminar for July 16th.
Oh, good.
Great to hear. Thank you. Appreciate it. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments for our new first-time applicants?
No.
I don't think so. I think we're ready for a motion. Who would like to make a motion?
Madam Chair, I'll move for approval of restricted item number 2, as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and it's recommended by the Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed. Yeah. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Appreciate it. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Madam Secretary, could you please read in restricted number 3?
Restricted number 3 is the application of FT Pub 11 LLC doing business as Flowing Tide Lounge for a restricted gaming license, and the applications of FTP Holding Company LLC and Jason Talati for licensure as a member or manager as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Paul Larson of law firm Black & Wadhams, appearing on behalf of the applicant. Also here for item 4. I don't know if you want to hear those together or.
If we do, we have to read it in. So let's do that. Let's go ahead and do that.
Restricted number
Madam
4 is the application of FT Pub 10 LLC doing business as Flowing Tide Pub and Grill for a restricted gaming license, and the applications of FTP Holding Company LLC and Jason Talati for licensure as a member or manager as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Thank you.
Again, for the record, Paul Larson, the law firm Black & Wadhams, representing the applicants for both items. Mr. Talati, as my understanding, is available to take questions. We don't have an affirmative presentation prepared today. And I'm so pleased that I said Talati and not Tagliati.
There's a lot of O's and T's and I's all up in this agenda item.
I've been dreading that all morning. It's like practicing outside. But I don't know if he's on. I see he is. So we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you for being here today, sir. At this time, I'm going to start in the north and ask my colleagues if they have any questions or comments for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Those are a lot of vowels hanging out there. You might be related somewhere in there. Just a couple quick points, if I might. Again, we've got and we're discussing both of these items together. So 15 machines in each, correct?
That's correct.
And you're sharing a kitchen.
We are.
You got your keys. I know some of the conversation during the Gaming Control Board was timing. There's a lot of work to do in 6 months, and you don't want to have to come back if you don't get it done in time. But is 6 months sufficient time for you all to accomplish what you're accomplishing?
Yes, absolutely. And first of all, good afternoon, everyone.
Hi.
I missed that part of it, but yes, 6 months is completely adequate. We're often into the demolition phase right now, and it's primarily cosmetic renovation. However, there will be a little construction, some booths, building a new bar, so forth. But that all entails approximately a 6 to 8 week process.
Thank you, Mr. Talati. Thank you for being in front of us today. We also have part of the Wadham family here today. I think I know Father Jim Wadhams and have for a long time, but his boys are stronger and more strapping than he. And there are four Wadham sons. Is that correct?
There are four. They're 4 big boys.
4 big boys. I hope you have to pay for your own meal at the FT pub.
No, that's
Tide
the
Lounge.
perks.
Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself before I embarrass you?
Commissioner, I'm Jimmy Wadhams, partner in the Flying Tide bars.
And Jim, it's great to see you again. Your family has been, acquainted with mine for many years. And is Jess? I don't know if I see Jesse is he in Las Vegas?
No, he is actually. We gave him a little time off. He's traveling to Europe with his family, so Paul's filling in Las Vegas for him.
All right. Well, just for the record, there was some smack talk up in Carson City that this Wadham son could take Jesse and others all at the same time. So I just wanted to rebuttal, but I don't think we're going to have that opportunity today.
No, for the record, that's a fact.
Okay. Make sure the court reporter gets that
Yes.
verbatim, and those notes are shared with the family. I have no questions. This makes me smile. I think it's great, and good luck, and delighted to support the application today.
Commissioner Silver?
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any questions. I'm just wondering how I watched the board presentation. I wish you best on the build out and your future. So thank you again for coming here.
Thanks so much.
Commissioner Marcantonis,
No further questions. Good luck, gentlemen.
any questions?
Appreciate that.
I don't have any questions, Mr. Larson. It's nice to see you. I don't think I've seen you since the Lionel Sawyer days. And when I saw you, I'm like, he looks familiar, but I couldn't quite place it. So,
I'm a little grayer than the last time you
as
saw
am
me.
I.
I don't get to this body very often, and it's nice to see so many familiar faces, both on the board side and the commission side. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your patience on getting here to 12:45 or so. I don't think anybody has any questions or comments. I obviously am going to support the application, so I just need to have one of my colleagues make a motion.
Sure.
I'm happy to make a motion unless Commissioner Karlicki, if you would like to make it, that's fine. Then I'll go ahead and make a motion. I move for approval of restricted items number 3 and 4 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and recommended by the Game Control.
Any discussion on the motion? There being no discussion, all in favor say aye.
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 Thank you so much.
So I believe there's none opposed. Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
All right, that brings us to restricted number 5.
I'm sorry, did that motion cover both 3 and 4?
It did.
Okay,
It
great.
did. The motion specifically referenced item 3 and 4 as recommended by the board.
All right. Restricted number 5 is the application of Who's Dunes LLC doing business as Who's Dunes for a restricted gaming license. It is also the application of Hendricks Mortensen Trust for registration as a holding company and for findings of suitability of Dean Hendricks and Cynthia Mortensen as a trustee and beneficiary. You also have the applications of Hendricks Mortensen Trust, Dean Hendricks, and Cynthia Mortensen for licensure as a member or manager as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, David Brown on behalf of the applicants. With me are Mrs. Mortensen and Mr. Hendricks. Mr. Hendricks has worked at Who's Dunes. His mother owned it since 2004. In 2016, approximately, he became part of the license and applied and was gracefully permitted to be part of that. Recently, he had a stroke. After having the stroke, it motivated him to do 2 things. One, to get married to his long-term girlfriend, who they've been together and both working at the venue for 12 years. And second, to do some estate planning. And that's the reason we're here before you today. He set up the trust. They're happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you for being here today. At this time, I'm going to ask my colleagues first in the north, if you have any questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being in front of us today. I'm sorry we're not face to face, we're virtual here, but Pahrump is one of my favorite spots. And I was looking up on the map. So you're not on the main north-south route, the 160. You're off of Highway 372. Is that correct? So the western side of Pahrump heading into California?
Yes.
And so the clientele will likely be folks from Pahrump or just that traffic that's coming back and forth over the border?
It's neighborhood and a little bit of traffic from the highway, but mostly neighborhood.
And I think I saw that a lot of that neighborhood is commercial, but the neighborhoods are behind. There's no zoning in Pahrump, which is always amusing to me. But is it mostly commercial around you, or you do have the housing stock as well?
I'd say more housing than commercial.
Good. But as was discussed during the Gaming Control Board, for the estate planning and the gaming trust, this is a wonderful thing. It's a smart move. Good on you. And I'm certainly comfortable supporting the application today.
Thank you.
And I'd love to see some of those artifacts that you have. I think Judge Assad mentioned he was hoping you had his craps table. We don't know where that is. We should put out, some kind of drag net to see if we can find that for the judge. But I'm looking forward to seeing what you've assembled inside.
We have a couple of the beer coolers left and some carpeting, but that's about it. Well.
Commissioner Silver?
Yes, thank you, Chair Togliatti. I too think it's pretty cool what you were discussing at the meeting, the control board meeting, about how you had recovered the artifacts from the dunes, and I had my Sweet 16 at the dunes. So it's pretty cool to hear that story, and I fully support your application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Silver, you stole my thunder. I was going to say I had my senior prom at the dunes. So it's a little part of all of our history. I don't have any question for the applicants. It was pretty straightforward. But Mr. Brown, you said Commissioner Silver's predecessor was one of your favorites. Do you want to amend that in any way?
It's not right to play favorites, so I felt one of my favorites was fair.
Might
But
get in
on
trouble.
direct, I will admit Commissioner Brown is my all-time favorite.
Okay.
Wise man. Commissioner Marcantonis, anything else?
No, I'm just going to say I'm delighted Mr. Brown didn't say I am. Okay. But otherwise, very straightforward. Good luck to you both.
Thank you.
Yes, I agree, straightforward, and going to support the motion that gets made by Commissioner Marcantonis.
Okay. So, Madam Chair, I move for the approval of restricted item number 5 as written to the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, as recommended by the Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
And with the conditions noted on the agenda?
with the condition noted on the agenda.
Okay, the motion has been made to approve with the conditions made on the note as noted on the agenda, excuse me. Any discussion on the motion? No discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. We'd
None
like to
opposed.
thank the board as well. And again, Agent Lombardo, he was very patient with us and helped very much. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that brings us, Madam Secretary, to restricted number 6. Could you please read that in?
Restricted number 6 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at 7-Eleven store number 14080 for a restricted gaming license. It is also the application of Grove Market Corporation for licensure to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at 7-Eleven store number 14080. You also have the application of Amarjat Tour for licensure as an officer, director, and shareholder. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. I am Erica Okerberg. I'm Nevada Gaming Counsel to J&J Ventures Gaming Nevada and its subsidiaries. Here with me today is the in-house counsel, Jamal Goodrich. If I could, I'd like to turn it over to him to begin the presentation.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. My name is Jamal Goodrich, and I am in-house counsel for J&J Ventures and our subsidiary, Sartini Gaming. And we are here today before you in connection with Sartini Gaming's application for 7-Eleven store number 14080E, which will be located in Reno, Nevada. And we did provide a brief presentation during the board hearing. I'm here to answer any questions you may have regarding this application.
Thank you. At this time, I will ask my colleagues here next to me if they have any questions or comments. Excuse me.
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. I do not have any questions. It's pretty straightforward. Thank you.
Nor do I, Chair.
Commissioner Silver?
Thank you. I saw the various steps that you took to remedy the situation since the order show cause had been issued. I just wondered if there had been any more issues more recently with the payouts or a machine not functioning. And how did your new protocols work as far as, how have you handled them? Anything recent since the investigation?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary, Jeff Donato here, enrolled agent. On behalf of the applicant franchisees, Mr. Tor, he is with us today. And just for clarification, the issues that happened were at a different 7-Eleven store. He currently operates a 7-Eleven store in Incline Village. That's where the issues took place. Those have all been remedied. He has put procedures in place to make sure it doesn't happen again. And my understanding is no further violations have occurred.
Thank you. No, I realized that it was the one in Incline, but I was just asking him how his new protocols have worked and have it fully remedied the situation, or has he had any new situations and how has he handled them, if so?
Sure, and we can have him provide some more information.
Okay.
Yeah, there's been no issues recently, and the protocol that I put in place has been very helpful in helping me and been training my employees a lot better. So there's been no issues since then. And I've been working with Golden Gaming on any issues that I do have. They work with me hand in, and we take care of that right away instead of taking a little time to, take care of it like I did. And this time going forward, it's not going to be like that. And I'm going to be on it right away instead of waiting.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
For the record, that was Amarjat Singh Tour.
And that's correct. Madam Chair, thank you. And for the record, Mr. Tor was desperately trying to answer those questions, but Mr. Donato came to his rescue and preemption, but appreciate it. But Mr. Tor travels with quite the honor guard here. We've got Ms. Okerberg, Mr. Donato, and Mr. Goodrich. So, good on you. It's quite the representation today. I am happy to support this application, but and Mr. Tor, thank you for saying on the record what you just did in response to Commissioner Silver's question. But And confirming you took the gaming compliance seminar, you did that in March?
Yes.
So just a few months ago?
Yes.
All right. So, I don't know how to describe what I saw in the record, but there was just a lackadaisical approach to the Incline Village store.
Yes.
With down machines and payouts ready and the supervision or lack thereof. These privilege licenses are extraordinarily special.
Yes.
We got to do it perfectly, and that's you. So, we've turned that page going forward. We are very sensitive to the requirements, and you in front of us today, you understand these requirements and those kind of, and for lack of a better word, just lackadaisical approaches to compliance and with some, with the many rules of the gaming in Nevada. You're fully comfortable and prepared to do this right, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, then I'm happy to support the application, Madam Chair. I'm finished.
Does anybody have anything else? Would anyone like to make a motion at this time?
Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted item number 6 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 All right, it appears there are none opposed. Thank you very much for being here, and thank you, sir, for answering our questions. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we'd like to thank Agent Partee for her work on this investigation as well.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in restricted number 7?
Restricted number 7 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at Lexi's Bistro on Raiders Way for a waiver of the provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
So it's my understanding you've submitted a written request to withdraw this application, and I'm advised by the AG's, which one?
You're not here on that matter, right?
We submitted a written request.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
I'm like, what's happening? No. I'm just looking around. So I'm sorry. You submitted a written application or request, excuse me, to withdraw your application, which is not within our purview. We have to refer it back to the board to do that, but we appreciate you being here. And if anybody had any questions about it, otherwise procedurally, it's appropriate to refer back. So that's what I'm going to do, or what we're going to do.
Understood.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So that's referred back to the board. All right, that brings us to restricted number 8.
Restricted number 8 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at Hattie Marie's Texas Barbecue for a restricted gaming license. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good afternoon. For the record, Jamal Goodrich, and we have our gaming counsel for J&J Ventures, Erica Okelberg, here with us. And we're here in connection with Sartini Games application for Hattie Marie's Texas Barbecue, which will be located in Las Vegas, Nevada. And we did provide a presentation during the board's meeting earlier this month. We're happy to answer any questions you may have regarding this application at this time.
Okay, why don't I start here with my colleagues next to me? Either one of you have any questions or comments other than talking about Texas barbecue at 1 o'clock?
I have nothing additional. Thank you, Chair.
And I don't have anything either. Thank you.
How about in the north?
I second your comment on barbecue at 1 o'clock. There's not enough barbecue in this world, so delighted to support this application. Certainly, our applicants are most capable of doing this, and I wish them well on this location and with the barbecue.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, there being nothing else, then at this time, do any of my colleagues who would like to make a motion?
Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted item number 8 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Game Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, it appears there are none opposed. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you. And we'd like to thank Agent Jones for her work on this application as well.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in restricted number 9?
Restricted number 9 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Take It Easy for a restricted gaming license. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Debbie Hornine. I am the Director of Compliance for Century Gaming. The application before you is for a restricted gaming license at a location tavern known as Take It Easy. And I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I'm going to start with my colleagues in the north there. Commissioner Krolicki, Silver, do you have any questions or comments? Doesn't look like we do. How about here in Las Vegas?
I do have one question. My recollection from the gaming control presentation is there will be live entertainment.
Correct.
And this is a big space. I mean, I think we're talking about almost 500 people for the maximum occupancy, 495.
95.
And obviously the first question that came to my mind was the fire life safety protocols. With the fire life safety protocols, when you're thinking about a sort of a live entertainment venue with 500 people in it, and I'm sure all of this has gone through the normal licensing process and inspection process, but
Yes, this is a county location.
Yeah.
It's a county location, and we're required to have a fire inspection as part of that. And so that inspection actually is scheduled. Once we receive approval here, that inspection will take place.
Okay, so thank you for that, Ms. Cornine.
Anybody else? There being nothing else at this time, does someone wish to make a motion?
I'm happy to make a motion for, I move for approval of restricted item number 9 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before I call the next item on the agenda, let me ask our Madam Secretary, have you heard from our court reporter? I know that we were being asked to take comfort breaks at least an hour and a half to 2 hours every, hour and a half to 2 hours. Are we okay there, or should we take a break?
I think a 5-minute break wouldn't hurt.
Okay, so we're going to take a short comfort break and be back in 5 minutes.
Sorry, I didn't realize that. They were to you when you
Okay, Madam Secretary, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, great. We have everybody here now, and we are back on the record. If we could please move to the next agenda item. Madam Secretary, if you could read that into the record, please.
Next for your consideration are two gaming employee registration appeals. First item is Nicholas Friedman, case number 23LV00544.
Mr. Friedman? Hello. This is the time set for your hearing before the commission. I normally lay out the procedure and give you some general information, and then we can proceed. Basically, the commission is restricted to the materials that were part of the decision that got us here, meaning we can't go outside the record. So we have, in case you don't know, maybe you already do know, but I'll let you know what we have. We have all the documents that would have brought you here, like your request for this hearing and that kind of thing, the recommendation that was made, a transcript that was prepared by a court reporter of your hearing, and then materials that you would have submitted at that hearing that's referenced in your testimony at the hearing, and then the exhibits that would include a register of action, you know, those things that were referenced in the hearing. Do you remember?
Register of action?
Yeah, you know, the document from the court that says, you know, dismissed or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah. And so we have those things, and we're confined to that and no new evidence. And so the way this works is you have the opportunity to make your presentation to us. Then normally I would open it up for any questions or comments. Then there would be a time when that portion closes and somebody makes a motion, meaning a commissioner. And then there would be discussion on that motion that is not, that you don't participate in, and a vote, obviously, that would have to occur on that motion, whatever it is. Do you have any questions about the procedure or process before we get started?
No.
Okay. So if you could then, we would like to hear from you on this matter. And if after you're done making your statement and telling us what you'd like us to know, whoever has any questions can ask you.
Okay. My presentation's on the phone. Is that all right?
Sure.
All right. Before I start, I have three, not questions, but 3 points or three. It's kind of starting, but 3 things I'd like to bring up.
Okay.
The first thing is to actually correct a portion of the record. In the report from the Nevada Gaming Control Board, in the top, it says the pertinent facts, I believe. It says a subsequent warrant was issued in March of 2023. A warrant was issued in April of 2023. I just want to make sure that that's corrected for the record.
Okay.
Okay. All right. And it's my understanding that the commission is in the role of being judges of the Nevada Gaming Control Board. That's my understanding. I hope impartially. And there's one other thing that I want to bring up before I start reading. It's actually a statute. It's actually a federal statute. It's a federal criminal statute that I do want to bring in here because I believe it attaches. Okay. So it's Title 18, USC, Section 242. And it states, whoever under color of any law, statute, ordinance, regulation, or custom willfully subjects any person in any state, territory, commonwealth, possession, or district to the deprivation of any rights, privileges, or immunities secured or protected by the Constitution or laws of the United States, or to different punishments, pains, or penalties on account. There's a little more, but I think that the rest doesn't really pertain to me. But I think this attaches to this setting, the Nevada Gaming Control Board, and when any agent contacted me. So I believe it does attach in that aspect. Do you have a question?
So you would like to have that section of the United States Code.
Federal criminal statute.
Here's the thing, you're not going to interrupt me.
Sorry.
Okay. And the reason is because there's a court reporter that can't take two people talking at once.
My apologies.
It's okay. I'm not going to interrupt you. And only because natural conversation ordinarily anticipates people finishing each other's sentences and things like that. But when you are a court reporter, it's very hard. So I'm going to ask you a question. You're going to wait, then you're going to respond so that we can have a complete record. So you are suggesting to us that this United States Code that you just provided limits or should limit the ability of the investigators that work for the board from contacting you as long as a case is pending, a case has been filed, you've been arrested, a statute of limitations hasn't passed. What would you suggest that applies to?
I'm going to get into it later, but I'll give you a quick brief on that. I'm going to get into this later though, but just maybe to connect any dots right now. When the agent had told me that I have to tell him the story while the case was pending and even afterward when so cases get dismissed, I'm sure you know that when Nevada state courts dismiss a case, unless explicitly stated, they dismiss the cases without prejudice. That's my understanding. So when an agent tells me I have to say something over the phone, yes, I do believe that that is a deprivation of the Fifth Amendment right.
Okay. So at this point, that's kind of a legal argument. That's not really a factual argument because I think the record, I mean, you're not saying anything in the record.
Oh, sorry.
You're not saying anything in the record about when you were contacted and when you, how many times you were contacted is incorrect. You're simply saying that the regulations and the statute that allow these these agents to do these investigations is presumably on its face not allowed by this title code section, right? Because that would apply to everybody under your kind of theory. That's what I'm hearing. Anybody that's under investigation, been charged with something, it's been dismissed, but the statute of limitations hasn't passed, that would apply to every single person. So really, you can't really investigate as long as there's a crime pending or could be brought forth. Agreed?
No, that's not what I'm trying to say.
Well, if it applies to you, that's what you're saying. It would apply to everyone.
Applies, you mean?
Mhm.
Oh, yeah, applies, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So do you want to move to the next point?
Or
was that the three?
That was the three. Yeah.
Okay. So when you're ready with the rest of your presentation.
Okay. So I received an objection letter during June of 2023 for my gaming employee registration application. My role at the time was security. However, for the record, applying for security going forward, it's at the bottom of my list. I really have no intention of applying for casino security again.
Okay. I don't know that, well, it doesn't, let's put it this way. If you're, if the board takes, I mean, if the commission takes a position such that you should be registered, you'll be able to do what you want to do if you so choose. So, I mean, you could do it or not do it, but if you get your registration approved, then you don't have to promise us that kind of thing. But I hear what you're saying.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so going forward, parts of what I'm about to say might sound forceful, similar to how a defense lawyer would defend their client. But I don't see any other way to respond to the allegations against me because virtually all of them are false. I'm going to be talking about that in the presentation I'm about to give. So I've been falsely accused during the course of this investigation time and time again. Going further, there has been abuse of discretion, false accusations and allegations, fictitious storytelling, and inconsistencies throughout these hearings and investigations. Those investigations were done by the hearing examiner Ross and Agent Winterton. Also, I would like the time to state that the police report and the allegations and charges filed against me were completely false and conspired against me by the alleged victim and his girlfriend at the time. So the false allegation that I'll get into right now. So the initial gaming objection letter dated, and this was acknowledged for the record in the Gaming Control Board report, but I'm just going to get into it a little bit if you don't mind. So the initial gaming objection letter dated June 29th, 2023 stated in the statement, I'm getting dry mouth, statement of facts, the arrest date, and that I omitted that in the gaming employee registration. I mean, I'm going to question in totality of the situation, the agent's judgment.
I interrupt you for a second.
Yeah, sure.
I realize that you want to make a big, long record about each point, but my suggestion is it is pretty clear from the record that the warrant wasn't issued by the time you submitted your application.
Okay.
So I don't, unless any of my fellow commissioners don't believe that to be the facts, those are the facts. So I don't know that you have to belabor it.
Okay.
I would just suggest you move to everything else.
All right, no problem. So, okay. Abuse of, I want to cite an abuse of, I believe, discretion at the hearing on February 22nd, 2023. This pertains to Sebastian Ross. When I handed the gaming registration receipt as evidence at the beginning of the hearing, he immediately stated that it was irrelevant. I think you see that in the transcript. He stated it was irrelevant.
So, but just so that we're clear,
yeah,
that document was relevant to your filing an application, knowingly excluding arrest warrant information that you didn't have at the time. So it might be irrelevant because that was no longer probably an issue.
Well,
you see what I'm saying?
They didn't say that at that particular time.
Sure.
I was still.
You demonstrated it at the hearing.
At the end, yeah. Okay. Okay. So as long as we're aware on that, I'm just giving
you along. My thoughts are to not spend a lot of time on aspects of the original allegations, and when it's turned out that after the hearing, it was very clear that you submitted the application before any arrest warrant was issued. I think we all know that to be the facts. So no one's going to challenge you on that. And no one's disagreeing with you on that.
Okay. And I apologize for this, but I'm really dry mouth. Can I have some water?
Sure. I don't.
I'm sorry.
No, wait. The officer's going to get it, or the agent, excuse me.
All right. Okay, so at the hearing, Sebastian Ross also states that my only reason for claiming my innocence was that the charges were dismissed. States that was the only reason. That is not true and correct. In addition to the charges being dismissed, I had my witness state I didn't do the allegations. I also said I didn't do the allegations. And the alleged victim in a voice recording that I also have today. If I could correct the record on that, but I'll get into that if I could. But he also gave a voice recording that I didn't do the allegations. That alone, that's four things. While he stated I only said one thing. He also states that the recording was an unrecognized voice. The recording sent via text message to my wife is from the alleged victim's phone number. That phone number is on the police report. I don't know who would go through the trouble of getting a text message from the same phone number with someone else. So I feel like this must be, according to any standard, taken as true, that it is his voice. And the only reason why he didn't testify in person that day was because he actually no longer lives in the United States. Sebastian Ross also cites preponderance of evidence. From my understanding, preponderance means having a greater number of, and it appears I have the greater numbers here. I had 4 pieces of crucial evidence, while he had 1. That 1 piece of evidence was a police report that was never proven to be true. As alleged, he cites the victim's injury. As stated in the hearing, I heard a loud noise, shook the walls, very loud noise. I went in the room to see what that noise was. And my wife also stated in the hearing that apparently he had tripped over his luggage when he was packed and fell flat right into the wall, I wasn't in the room at the time, but that was the reason I had went in there, because I heard that very loud thud. So he fell into the wall. Just for the record as well, in the police report, that seems to be in the written statement, it was translated, I guess, from his girlfriend. But that seems to be the only part in there that he can't remember something. So I don't know what they were talking about when they made up this story, but maybe they got a little bit hung up right there. But that's the only part he says he can't remember, where he hit his head. So the only injury the alleged victim sustained was in fact self-inflicted by him tripping over his luggage before I even went in the room, as that was the reason of the loud noise where I went to the room in the first place. And again, any allegation I put my hands on alleged victim is a complete falsehood. Now I want to go into the subject of the allegation I withheld information. So basically in the statement of facts, it doesn't include this. Statement of facts 463-335-10B, I believe that's the one. That states that if you're objecting, whatever the objection is for, it has to be substantiated by facts, statement of facts. The statement of fact says that I omitted the arrest date, which we already discussed. Obviously, I didn't. But there's nothing that says I withheld information, or I asserted my Fifth Amendment right, or I didn't assert my Fifth Amendment right, or anything of that sort. So, I mean, I don't know what I'm withholding. I mean, essentially, because I didn't feel that a phone conversation was a sufficient situation. To state my version, there's no assurance that my words will be recorded accurately on a one-on-one phone conversation. Going further, actually, I already went into this. Okay, so basically, when he called me, when he did contact me, he had basically alluded to the fact that he was going to object. It was heading towards objection no matter what. That's what his tone was. That's how he was. His voice was. That was his. Those were his words. You know, basically that an objection is imminent anytime. So, when he said that, that was on June. I have it right here, June 9th. He had called me the first time. So from that point, I did a little reading, and then I asked him. I said, "Okay, so if you object, what is the what then what happens?" I had no idea at the time. So he said that it goes to, you can appeal it. I could appeal it, and it would go to a hearing at the Nevada Gaming Control Board. So I was under the impression that that's where it was going anyway, regardless. And to be honest with you, I feel like that was a better setting anyway for me to tell my version, because I made a good faith assumption that that whatever I said would be recorded, either audio, visually, whatever the case may be. But I felt that that was a much better setting to state any version than a one-on-one phone conversation. I just did not feel he didn't offer me any particular assurance that, you know, if he was recording anything, and if he was, I would have had no problem with it. I'd been like, okay, well, record away. At least I know that my words are, you know, being accurately defined. But he didn't. And there may have been some, you know, I don't object to people for a living, so I don't know what options I had. I didn't, you know, think off the top of my head, yeah, can I call you back in 5 minutes, or can I come in person or something like that? I mean, I would have. I just did not think of that at the time. Or if he would have offered, if he would have said, you know, do you feel more comfortable coming in person? I would have said, yeah, that's actually exactly what I want. And then I would have told him pretty much exactly what I'm telling you right now. As long as my words are being recorded properly, that was my biggest thing. I wanted my words to be recorded. Okay, so my intent during those, you know, those phone conversations that I had with him, and also of that, you know, the inference that I was being uncooperative in that that Sebastian Ross had said in the hearing. You know, not that I was uncooperative in the hearing, but that uncooperative by not telling the story. That was obviously not my intent. I'm going into that right now. My intent was not to be uncooperative. I just wanted to make sure my words are properly documented. And at the same time, even though I don't wholly agree, I understand that by me not stating the version, even though I would have much more preferred to tell it in person, but whatever the case may be, that happened, right? Because it was a phone conversation, it was pretty brief, and the phone We hung up with John. So, I mean, I understand at the same time that, it could lead to questions, obviously, because, I mean, I say that, that in this totality of the situation, in this particular setting and gaming and things like that, sure, it's a question, unanswered question. And if it was written like that, but I mean, I much more prefer to speak in person. But anyway, I understand that the initial objection, even though I don't agree, it could have went better, could be warranted based on that. But just by me wanting a legal setting and assurance again, I stated the truth in my version of the alleged incident in question at the Nevada Gaming Board hearing, and therefore the suggestion that I was uncooperative is mitigated, I believe, by my testimony and the evidence I presented of every witness in that report, including the alleged victim himself, saying I didn't do any of the allegations in the case, in conjunction with me just finding more appropriate a proper venue to state my version. With all that being said, I understand that there may have been other options. I just kind of went through with that if I thought of them at that time or brought to my attention by Winterton, but due to lack of communication, none were presented. So I acknowledge that the action may have been questionable, but not uncooperative. And any and all information, including my version and supporting evidence, was disseminated at the gaming board hearing. In summation of this point, my intent was not to impede any investigation, again, just to assure my words understood, heard, and documented properly, as would be the case in these hearings and formal legal venues. So I apologize again. As mandated by statutes in NRS 463, that has avenues for appeals for exactly these reasons. So now, due to my testimony, all of the evidence presented, and the fact that I'm not a risk to the gaming industry in any way, I do not agree with the continued second objection by the board. And I object to any further exclusion to my registration as a gaming employee. Respectfully, I say that. And if I could really quick, there's also one other topic. You could tell me if I should say it or not. But I mean, I just wasn't happy with this. When at the hearing, at the Nevada Gaming Control Board hearing, when Gus Winterton was testifying, he called me a bully. I'm not a bully. I don't take that accusation lightly. He said that I harassed the gaming board employees basically for the simple fact that I called the mainline phone number few times. But my purpose of that was on the Nevada Gaming Board website. There is actually a website that and I hope you know it. It's for gaming appeals. FAQ, frequently. Yeah, you know that one? Okay. So there's a number on there. It says that if you want a status check, call this number. So because I felt that an objection was imminent, anytime I felt it could have happened, any moment, I just called them once a day before my shift started, so that in case there was an objection at some off-center time, whatever the case may be, 5 p.m., 6 p.m. So I decided to call them one time before my shift starts, because if there was an objection, then I can just prevent any unnecessary meetings with, a manager, human resource, something like that. I can, just on my own, just go ahead and resign instead of, a situation that really didn't need to be. That was my only intent on calling, my only purpose for calling that number was before the shift for that exact purpose. That's pretty much it.
Okay.
Open to questions.
All right. I'm going to start. First of all, I want to clarify something because if it's sticking out in my mind as a question, it's likely sticking out, or it could be sticking out in my colleagues' minds as a question. Because, we're not just considering we're considering the record and everything you've said here today. And this record includes what happened in the past. But because of what you're saying to me today, I'm a little confused about if this body were to say, you know what, we're going to go ahead and decide that in light of the totality that we're going to, allow you to be registered as a, excuse me. Gaming employee. Going forward, I have a concern, and the concern is this. I'm hearing two different things when you speak, right? I'm hearing on one hand, I didn't intend to be uncooperative. I just was uncomfortable with the way it looked like things were going, and I wanted some other more formal setting or recording of what I was going to say. But it wasn't my intention to not cooperate. Conversely, you started with this whole thing with Title 18, Section 242. No one should be asking me about any criminal case ever. It doesn't matter if it was dismissed. It doesn't matter if it wasn't dismissed. And the problem I have with that is I doubt, although I don't mean to speak for my fellow commissioners, and Lord knows I haven't discussed this with any of them because I don't think anyone here entitled you to invoke federal law at this hearing. And I haven't spoken to them anyway. But about such a thing. What you're basically saying is that this body should accept that argument and no investigator can call or investigate. This is a privilege, right?
Right.
So if you're facing a crime, right, they don't have to wait until the outcome of the case. They can, right? But they don't have to. In this case, the agent did, right? Said, well, we'll see what happens after your court date, but they don't have to. Right? And you don't have to talk to them. You could not. But sometimes life is hard, right? You've got a criminal matter going, and you got this problem with your gaming. Sometimes that's just the way it is, right? Sometimes life may not seem fair. But at the end of the day, I don't think you're going to get any commissioner on this commission to somehow throw out the law that allows us to do investigations, and I say us, I just mean the gaming regulators of the world, because it violates Title 18 U.S. United States Code Section 242. I don't think that's going to happen. You know when that's going to happen? That's going to happen when you go to a district court judge on a petition for judicial review and have them declare the entire process unconstitutional, right? That's not going to happen today. It's my guess. I'll also go out on a limb and look into my crystal ball and say that, that's not going to happen. But I'm confused by you citing that and then turning around and saying, but look, I didn't know about this arrest warrant. I wasn't guilty of this charge. I had things I could have presented. I didn't know to ask, or I didn't ask him and he didn't ask me to speak in person. And, kind of like a hint of hindsight being 2020, maybe I would have if I had been more comfortable. Which one is it?
Okay.
Which one is it? You get your gaming employee registration appeal and you have a constitutional right never to talk to anyone and no one can investigate you, and too bad, and it doesn't matter because there's a statute of limitations that hasn't passed yet. Or I would have been cooperative. I would be cooperative in the future in an investigation because I understand that's Nevada law and that's what this body expects of me. Which one is it? Because I'm confused.
Okay. Going back. So I didn't say that they have no right. No, they absolutely have a right to contact, because the person, I didn't mean, that's why I kind of wanted to elaborate on that when I first brought it up. No. I that's not what I meant. They absolutely have to contact you. That's why I said that. That's why I acknowledged that, there was questions, even after all I had said that I acknowledge that there's still it was an unanswered question. But no, I didn't mean
So
that.
if
that it
after
was-
listening to you for at least 30 minutes,
has been no.
no one up here and up north, I mean, up here on the dais and up north should take from your comments that if somehow the gaming employee registration appeal, the gaming registration is allowed for you, that you would refuse in the future to cooperate with an investigation if it involves an arrest warrant or a criminal charge. That's my question. If you were allowed to register and there hadn't been an objection, right? Do you intend to cooperate or not? That's my question. Something happens in the future, you get arrested, rightly, wrongly, doesn't really matter, but you get arrested and an agent contacts you. Do you intend to cooperate or not?
Yes.
Okay. My next question is, do you understand that you don't get to define the circumstances of that cooperation? You may not like it being on the phone, but you can't control it. And I sense a little bit that you have a struggle with not controlling things. And in this case, I am concerned that you set the rules up as to how the investigation will go versus anybody else. And that's just not how the system works, right? There are just so many hours in the day, and having a face-to-face meeting and basically what you kind of described to me is you want to have a pre-hearing hearing where you give him all your evidence and then you have another hearing. You want it in a legal setting. That's not how it works. So my question to you is, moving forward, in the event that anybody in this body were to decide that they will accept your position and grant you the relief you request, do you understand that? And what is your commitment moving forward on that? If you were contacted by an agent over the phone, it's not being recorded. What do you say about that?
Okay, so I understand that I do not control the parameters of the investigation or situation, and that I do intend. I mean, I hope nothing happens.
Sure,
of course. But if, and I don't, but if, yes, I would on the phone. Yeah, I would cooperate.
Now that you've been through this
investigator.
I apologize for interrupting you.
Oh, sorry.
My bad. So after all of this, that you've now spent these many hours going through this process, you're telling us that you understand that you don't control the parameters of any kind of investigation, and you would cooperate in the future, even if that means it's not recorded and it's not over the phone and it's not in a legal setting like you would like.
After going through all this, yes.
Okay, because I was a little confused. And so I understand there's challenges to the past, how this came about and where you are up until this point, but there's also the rest of us have to think about the future, right? And so that's why I'm asking. Okay, so I just want to make sure I understand your position. Your position is, setting aside the past, I'm looking forward. You wouldn't have any problem cooperating in the future, and you understand you don't get to define that cooperation, correct?
Yes.
And that that you're not suggesting that you would invoke some kind of constitutional challenge in the future to some investigation, even though you might be entitled to if you wanted to, because you understand that that's how the system works. And I think you said they have the right. I think you
have the right.
Okay, I just want to make sure because it's a little inconsistent. And I'm not giving you a hard time for making the arguments. I'm just trying to help you understand that this isn't like myopic to just this. Like we're looking forward too, right? You understand that? Okay. Thank you for answering my questions. At this time, I'm going to ask Commissioner Solis Rainey if she has any questions for you or comments, and then I'll move to each commissioner thereafter.
I don't have any questions with respect to the record or anything that you presented today. I was curious, are you working now? You said you have no intention on going back into the gaming industry, but are you working now?
No intention for applying to security.
Oh, okay.
in the security in the gaming industry. Yeah, just security. Am I working now? Yeah. Yeah, I am.
Okay, I was curious because, you know, I didn't know if you were limiting yourself to just not applying for security or not applying to the gaming industry. So
Yeah, just for security, I just don't have any interest in the gaming security environment or security only. As of now.
sounds good. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis?
The same two questions I had, so I have nothing further. So you're not presently you're not employed. I want to ask Mr. Friedman. Thank you for being here, of course. But sorry, Mayor.
Did I interrupt you? Did you say you?
I am working.
Oh, you said you were. Excuse me. Thank you for clarifying that. And I have one question, Mr. Friedman. Thank you for being here, and I appreciate hearing more of this. But the question is, when you came here, what is your expectation from your appearance today in front of the commission, whether in this town or north? What would be for you the best case scenario in your mind?
End state or just in general?
No. Yeah, I mean, this is as part of this.
Just in general, just to be heard. You not end state. You just mean the best.
Yes, in this case today.
I just well, I mean, obviously, I would like for the gaming back, but the gaming registration back. But I mean, irrespective of that, because I had no idea. I had no idea about how this is going to transpire. But it was to state my version of the story, try to explain the entirety of the situation, hear the feedback of everyone involved, commissioners, and take the advice.
Okay, thank you for answering that. Thank you. I don't have further questions, Chair.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Friedman. I appreciate you being in front of us. I know what is happening today is not a very comfortable situation, but I certainly appreciate the fact that you're here and swinging away and defending your honor. I can relate to your discomfort on how this all began. And again, this isn't a court of law. It is a gaming commission meeting that will determine if you've got the appropriate character and the things that we demand to be present in people's conduct if they're in this industry. The four corners are tough, like as Chair Tagliati has expressed. There's a going backward part that I'm not sure I'm equipped to understand, but certainly the process in going forward is where I'm dwelling, and I think is relevant here. Your resistance to cooperation with the Gaming Control Board and its agents is very disconcerting. Again, this is a privilege to be working in this industry. It's not a court of law. It's not about the Constitution. It's about the statutes in Nevada that regulate Gaming Control Board activities and those we regulate. And I'm actually I continue to be very troubled by your lack of cooperation. It doesn't help. I hear you saying going forward that you would perhaps choose a different pathway of cooperation, but that's where I'm dwelling right now to understand and interpret where I think you would go in the future. Should it, God forbid, I mean, don't anticipate this ever happening again. But the character part of this is where I'm dwelling right now, and those are my comments for the moment.
Commissioner Silver?
Good afternoon, Mr. Friedman. Thank you for being here and thank you for making your presentation today. We all appreciate it. I know I certainly can't speak for all of the commissioners, but having looked at this record, I think it's very clear, sir, that you did not have or you absolutely did not know about this pending arrest warrant when you filled out your application. I know you spent a great deal of time talking about that, but it's very clear when you look at the record that you did not know about that when you filled it out on March 29th of 2023. And despite what the agent had originally written, the hearing examiner did say that it did appear you did not know that, and that comes to us that way as well. And as I said, it's pretty clear. It's also clear that, at least again, in my eyes, that we're not taking into account that arrest at all in any kind of objection, because it was dismissed. And so it's at least in my eyes, a non-issue, because it was dismissed. And I could be wrong, but I thought I heard you talk about the fact that, and you testified to this too at the hearing. So in the record, you said you did make the phone calls because you did want to see whether or not to go into work. Now, here today, you said something about you wanted to resign if in fact there was an objection posed. And would I be correct? And I wanted to ask you, is that because you wanted to receive unemployment compensation versus if you got fired, like you did get fired, then you would not get the compensation? Is that why you were calling?
No, actually, I wasn't fired. I actually made the resignation in time.
Okay.
Anyway, but
Okay.
no, that my intention. I don't think I would have received unemployment anyway. But my intention wasn't to resign for that purpose. My intention was to resign to prevent an unnecessary meeting with, let's say I got called into work and there was an objection to not not create a scene of any way. It was so that I didn't have to go, like I clock in and then someone says, Nick, you have to come to the office type of thing. So it was so that I wouldn't have to. I wanted to resign before that would happen. Basically, I wanted to resign instead of getting fired, but not for the reason of unemployment.
Okay, no, understood, easily understood. I wasn't sure if it was because of perhaps unemployment or, excuse me, those types of benefits, but I understand completely. And I don't think that that's a concern. Your calling every day is not a concern because you're worried about whether you should go in or not. I would echo Judge or our chief commissioner's comments that the thing that gives me pause, sir, is exactly what Chair Tagliati talked about, is once your case was dismissed, now you're looking at an agency, a privileged license, and you have agents that are just doing their job, calling you and asking you, hey, what happened here? And by the way, they do this in every case. They ask every single person who's had an arrest, okay, and you were booked on it, give us the details, because all they do is then put it in a report and then that's forwarded. Now, during your testimony, you said pretty much, quote, well, you just preferred not to talk to the agent. And you said you would prefer at your hearing to just present evidence. And today you testified, I suppose, you didn't testify, but you presented before us and you said, it's somewhat different. You said you felt the objection was imminent. And so you decided that, this is how you wanted it. Now, I didn't see anything when I was reading that transcript about you would have gone into the office or that you gave the agent any other alternative. You testified that you wanted to present evidence in a legal form, which now becomes problematic because we're sitting here as the commission and we look at all of these applications, and it's exactly as Chair Tagliati said, you don't get to decide how agents do their investigations and their reports to the board and the commission. And that, to me, sir, is the only thing that you're really here in front of us about. It's not all this other stuff that you were making. I just want to assure you, these other items are non-issues to me, at least. The only thing of issue, sir, was that when agents call, whether it's you or anyone else wanting a privileged license, we have strict, we must, and the agents must, we have strict regulation of persons. And so we abide by these regulations, sir. And so, yes, that did give me pause, that one part. And so I appreciate what you've presented here today. And I just wanted to state my comments on the record as well. Thank you, sir, for coming.
You're welcome.
Okay. Does anyone, you have the opportunity, sometimes questions that get asked bring up something. So I normally give each person in your position an opportunity to make a closing, not argument, but just a closing comment. If somebody brought something up you want to comment on or just summarize or whatever you want to do.
Yes, I'll just reiterate that after hearing everyone, believe me, I completely understand that after going through all of this, and this was unbeknownst to me, but before, obviously, but we're gonna I'm looking ahead, that after going through all this, I mean, it would be clear to me that if I was ever faced with this situation again, and I did the same thing, then I'd be here before you again. I'm sorry. So I have no intention to go that path again. I just hope you take my word for that, but I don't. And again, I hope nothing happens. But if something did, I do not intend to take that same path.
Okay.
Ever again.
Can I ask you when you were terminated from your gaming position?
When?
Yeah. I know it's in here, but then I gotta go.
I resigned on and the letter was June 29th. I think it was the next day or that day or maybe 2 days after or something like that. It was as soon as I received the mail.
Okay, so it's been about a year.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Mhm. Yeah.
All right, thank you. So, this is one of those difficult circumstances because someone's going to need to make a motion right now. And I guess what I would say is, and this is, I think, comes when you're, when you have charges that aren't sustained, right? You have the original. I mean, people can be arrested on the scene. People can have arrest warrants issued. When that person becomes on notice of an arrest warrant isn't necessarily when it's issued. Those are just kind of facts, right? So no one's saying you knew about it and didn't put it on your application because there's no evidence of that. I'm not sure if my colleagues, any of them, are concerned about the charge that was dismissed. I know Commissioner Silver says she is not. I think while I appreciate the difficulty of the hearing officer in these kinds of situations, you have to make a big stretch to say that there's evidence that an offense was committed other than the translated statement of the non-recipient witness / girlfriend. It's a lot. It's pretty removed. So really what we're talking about is that's exactly what Commissioner Silver said is, I don't even know if he'd be standing here if you'd have just told him, I'm uncomfortable talking to you on the phone because I feel like this is a done deal already, but I'm in it. You did make that statement. I can't remember exactly what you said. It was a lie or it wasn't true. And so that's what we're really talking about here, right? And that's why I asked you the question at the beginning, because I was really unclear if you're so defensive about your conduct that it's ever going to change, right? In which case, you won't persuade us then that you have an constitutional right under Title 18 to not talk to and he shouldn't talk to you in anything but a legal setting. Wrong. Not going to win. See, that's a problem. So you're assuring us, for those who are on the fence or might be on the fence moving forward, that that's not going to happen in the future because you understand you either cooperate or you're not going to be a gaming employee, period. Right?
I completely understand that right now.
Okay. So does someone have a motion? I'm looking at the most senior member of the commission to start the conversation about a motion.
Okay. I move to reverse the Gaming Control Board's objection to Mr. Nicholas Friedman's registration as a gaming employee.
Any
With any condition.
I'm happy to discuss conditions. I'm not, I mean, I understand the conduct that brought the issue before was troubling. I understand the frustration on both sides, but I do take his representations that he understands the process and act differently in the future to heart. And
I would, if I may, I would support Commissioner Solis Rainey's motion, except with a condition, not just wholeheartedly, the condition of a year of least of staying completely out of any kind of legal trouble. And perhaps a consideration, and this is, I'm not pretending that I know exactly that consideration that have you considered, and perhaps you've already done that, Mr. Friedman, maybe some anger management conversations, perhaps a class or something like that, or even whether it's online in person, that could be helpful sometimes. And if such situations, God forbid, ever shows itself again, because we don't want you here in front of us and you don't want to be in front of us. And you would get a whole, probably 5 others, God knows what their decision will be. So that is where I would stand, Chair.
I will just point out, in case you're wondering where that might be coming from, and I don't mean to speak for Commissioner Marcantonis, but I'm going to, I'm not talking about the stepson thing. Sure. Do you think it's odd that multiple people answered the phone when you were just trying to get information, and this moniker, this perception of you don't think that's a little odd? Right? You're just the nicest guy ever, and you're calling once a day to make sure that you have the knowledge, but they all call you harassing and bullying. That's where that's coming from, because it's not a professional tone, right? I don't know these people you're talking. I don't even know these people you're talking to. I don't work with them. I'm a part-time commissioner with a different job and another life. But I just find it very hard to believe that all of them collectively are reporting to Agent Winterton that, that this is happening in the tone that it's happening, because they have nothing, they're all in a giant conspiracy, right? I mean, come on. So there's something about your presentation when you're calling that's making them feel, bullying is a form of threatening, right? And so you may not intend it. I'm not saying you did, but in your mind, do you wonder why that's, is it just everybody's conspiring against you? Or maybe there was something about your tone when you're calling for customer service that makes them feel uncomfortable. That's where I guess see what I'm saying? Nothing about you today. You're perfectly pleasant, but my guess is this isn't the tone on the phone, right? Because I wouldn't say you're bullying, you're professional, you're courteous, perfectly fine. That's, I guess, do you have any comments on that? Why you think that is? Or you're saying, nope, all false?
I may have been a little passionate maybe at that particular time.
Right. Okay.
Maybe that was it. Little stress factors involved with passion and things of that nature. And maybe they didn't see me, and maybe my voice on the phone is
okay,
a little weird sometimes. But maybe passion. I will take that into account. I do have a New York accent. I'm a little dry mouth right now, but I didn't mean anything.
Okay.
By that. But if they all said that, I will take that into consideration to level or be conscious of the fact when I'm over the phone to
Appreciate it.
level any emotion.
Okay, appreciate it. So I'm going to ask are you asking to amend the motion? Or it's her motion, right? We're just in discussion? Okay, so we can hear from Commissioner Korlicki and Commissioner Silver, and then I'll ask that same question again. How about that? Commissioner Korlicki or Silver?
He passed the baton to me. I think that it's, I don't have any problem with a possible motion that's been made by Commissioner Solis Rainey or Mark Antonis, because I think the only question before us is, did he cooperate with the investigation? That's really, and it's somewhat unclear. I don't think it's the clearest record, so to speak. And sometimes, substantial evidence supports a record, and it can be seen, it can be taken both ways. So I don't have I can go either way on that motion. As far as if the other commissioners want to reverse the objection, I'm fine with that. I'm also fine with adding some conditions, as Commissioner Mark Antonis said, because the one thing I see that is an issue is very unclear. And so I think we do probably have the discretion to go either way on it, for what it's worth.
Commissioner Korlicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Friedman, as I said, I appreciate you being in front of us today. My heart and my brain go out to you for, as Chair Tagliati said, the underlying reasons why this ever started, perhaps, shouldn't be applied here. It's the process that subsequently happened is why we're sharing quality time today. And I do have reservations about a process being the reason why you would have a denial today, if the underlying reasons for this entire activity can be demonstrated to be, mistimed and plausible as they are. So again, that's not what's in front of us. We've never met. I've been acquainted with you, virtually here for an hour, whatever it's been, and it's really hard to make a judgment call. But that's, I guess, why we're here today. I think it's going to be very, very difficult for you to be different. You are who you are, and that's fine, and I respect that. But your default gear is to, I think, resist. And you've heard a whole lot here that you're in the gaming industry in Nevada, you must cooperate because it's a privilege. So even though I have doubts, and I say, I don't mean that so pejoratively, but I have doubts about how you would handle this in the future. I hear your representation, and you deserve that chance. Again, the process is, you shouldn't be denied because of a process that's because of the subsequent process. So I have doubts. I hope you never have to be tested in this area again. But I will support the motion. Commissioner Mark Antonis's comments, I appreciate. There are some issues I think that are beyond our scope here and what we're to do. And I'm not, I think we're limited on the kind of things that we can suggest. So with that, I will support the motion as it stands.
And just for purposes of discussion, Commissioner Mark Antonis, I didn't suggest any conditions with respect to staying out of trouble, because this is the only thing on his record that I see. I don't see any history of prior criminal behavior. Although this is our time for discussion. I mean, I don't know if you.
And yes, I would support the motion as it stands. I had thrown that as an option because amongst the many choices that we have, there is one where one could attach a condition if there was conditions that would ensure that we are fair with Mr. Friedman at the same time as ensuring that he understands we are serious to the point that even if it was an exclusion of it for a period of time, that it would, you'd need to take it seriously. But that's why I said that, Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Well, and like I said, I'm open to having a condition if the majority, if that was the will of the majority. I mean, my motion to reverse is based on the record before us and the facts that we have that, the objection was basically on the basis that he failed to report. That's been clarified. He didn't know about it, so that wasn't a failure to report. His conduct with respect to how he handled himself, I think part of that is just personality based and obviously something he seems to be aware of. He gets confrontational and it comes across as confrontational. I don't know that that's intended, or I don't know if that's your reaction to being nervous, but it's definitely something for you to be aware of. But for purposes of us making a decision,
Understood.
I don't, I can't craft a condition that would address that issue.
Fine. I still would support your original if there was not to be a condition that other commissioners had agreed with, and who may have also way more experience in similar matters.
Okay. Any other comments? So Mr. Friedman, the reason that we're belaboring this so much is because when we do something in one case and then a similarly situated individual comes along, we can't, we try to, I think, be intellectually honest and consistent. And even though some of, we come and go, right? As long as our terms are or whatever. And that changes as the personalities here change. But the gist of it is, I think we try to treat similarly situated people the same, right? And so we're super concerned about someone coming before who didn't cooperate, getting their, objection reversed, because that just sends a message, oh, take the fifth, man. You don't have to cooperate. Really? No. So I am going to support and vote in favor of this with some hesitancy, but I'm going to do it because, number one, I think you understand that you have no choices going forward, and that after this long record and the transcript that would be typed out that would take up, a Stephen King novel pages, that no one else is going to give you this break. Right? And that you have to treat people with courtesy and respect, and your intensity level has to be taken down a notch. I don't know, deep breathing exercises before you make the call, because that's how you come across to people. And these days you can't scare people or make them feel bullied or threatened, right? Because you're asserting your rights. You gotta recognize that other people have that sense of you, and that comes across in these proceedings. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So at this time, any other discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
I didn't hear you two.
Aye.
And that was an aye from Kerlicki.
Okay. Just, I couldn't hear. I'm sorry. All right. You are, what is the next step? Does he just go get his
Well, I don't think
registration
registers until he gets
reinstated? Yeah, so he files a new application when he gets a job when someone makes him a job offer in the industry. Is that how it works?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Augusta Massey, hearing examiner for the board. So what would typically happen is there will be a letter sent out to him telling him he can now apply for employment. And then our enforcement agents will take care of it in our system. If he applies, and then he'll be able to get a job in gaming.
So he doesn't call every day for his letter. How long does the letter take?
So I think Nicole will write a letter and it will go out to him. After that, he'll just need to be in touch with our agents once. It's enough. And they will make sure that his registration is changed in the system.
Okay,
One call.
after he gets the letter.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have
Madam
any
Chair?
questions? Yes?
If you're going to ask Mr. Friedman if he had a comment, I yield to that, but I would like to follow up.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to proceed. I thought you had a question for him and I interrupted. You know,
I was just going to ask him if he had any questions about the instructions he was given.
Oh, me.
Yeah, I was going to ask Mr. Friedman, does he have any questions about what our hearing officer, Massey, told him?
No, she was clear there would be a letter at some point in time and one, I don't know what phone call. I'm required to make a phone call.
You're
or-
required to call the agents, what does he call the fact line?
Well, perhaps the letter. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Understood.
Commissioner Krolicki, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, one of the great challenges I had with that motion, that was not an easy motion to support because Mr. Friedman, you know, you've made some of this difficult and you've estranged a bunch of our colleagues who felt that, you know, they make the right decision and it gives me great pain to override the work of the Gaming Control Board and Agent Massey and all the others who've participated. So I just want to be very clear, at least from this commissioner's standpoint. I believe you work, and this is to the Gaming Control Board staff, you know, they've done it right. They've worked very hard. I appreciate all that they're doing. I understand their anguish and they're probably perhaps not pleased. That's not their job, but they certainly have the right to the opinion. But it's very difficult for this commissioner to overturn or reverse a process that's been very thoughtfully and correctly done. But again, I just feel that this is the right thing to do. But it's just been made harder to do the right thing given the track record of process. But thank you for the Gaming Control Board staff for all the work they do day in, day out.
And Mr. Freeman, that's what I intended to maybe say after the vote. I didn't realize there was going to be so much time in between. You know, we do our own internal discussion and then we interact with you again, but the board works very hard with very limited staff. So they're entitled to respect, and you know, you're going to have a little bit of patience, and always keep in mind that gaming is a privilege. There's no constitutional right to it. So any constitutional statutes or law that you may read are not well taken. But your demeanor and the way you progressed during the hearing to me is what caused me to feel that you know, in addition to the facts that you understood the seriousness of this and that it's just your personality. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Secretary?
Please.
Yes. We're not going to drink it. Madam Secretary, could you please read in the second gaming registration appeal item?
The second gaming registration appeal is Jamie Campbell Fannin, case number 23LV01098.
Hello. Could you state your name for the record?
Yeah, Jamie Renee Fannin, Campbell Fannin.
Okay, what was the second name?
Campbell Fannin. Jamie Renee.
Renee. Okay.
Yeah, there you
Okay. And you spell Renee how?
Renee.
That's for the court reporter, who you can't see, but will be transcribing this proceeding. So I believe were you present in the hearing room here when you heard, or did you hear me explain to the previous gentleman how this works?
Yes.
So you don't need me to explain it to you again?
No, honestly, I've been watching you guys on YouTube and all that anyway, so I have hopefully a good understanding of what's going on.
Okay, then if you're ready, go ahead.
Okay, just want to say, Madam Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Jamie. I am a 46-year-old woman. I have privileges saying I do have one great son who just became a young adult and graduated high school last year. He is very respectful. I'm very proud to be his mom. I don't want him to leave my house, but I would like to also let you guys know I've been living here in Vegas for 25 years. I did come from LA originally, and what brought me here, I would like to mention, was I lost my family home with my parents in 94 of earthquake. So that's actually why my family and I have relocated here. And that has shaped my personality ever since that earthquake, because I was 16 when that happened. And I believe back then I was a typical 16-year-old female growing up in LA and being pretty materialistic. And until that happened, I noticed how much material things don't mean anything and how hard my parents worked in life to watch everything they lost in 30 seconds. And I also had a very big humbling experience realizing how much I needed my parents and thinking I could live off $4.25 an hour back then and not need them was very, very humbling. Once again, I was humbled by that same feeling when my son turned 16 and I realized just how sorry I really was. And when I got that realization, when your child becomes that age and they do those things and that happens. So I just wanted to let you know how my interpersonal relationships with people have grown and where it developed and why. And now with that being said, with me being here for 25 years, I would like to say that I have held a valid Nevada gaming license for exactly 20 years and 125 days until I was objective for my renewal. During that time, I've been a model gaming employee. I have had some small but notable achievements that showcase my enthusiasm and true passion for my job, which is still being showcased through one of my former employers who actively seeked and convinced me to be the first welcoming voice you hear when you call their main number in Las Vegas, and has remained so for the last 10 years, even while working for one of their competitors. Since having my license, I have never been contacted by gaming for any reason. Regrettably, I was convicted of 2 crimes about 15 years ago. Both were fully disclosed on every renewal application and on the multiple locations changes that I have had come up since then. I was never penalized by the board for either incident, nor did the board conduct any investigation that I was made aware of. I have had a clean record except for 2 falsely reported accusations that have since been found unjust according to our judicial system. I cannot understand why the agent would have investigated my file any further. Once she confirmed that I was truthful by disclosing both arrests on my application, even the hearing examiner noted that the board commends me for my forthrightness. I have never falsified or changed anything that would imply or admit to alleged crime. Yet in return, the agent and the hearing officer have continued to question my integrity and decisions found by the judicial system, hence the dismissal and the DA rejecting my charges. I also received expungement paperwork from the judge himself, releasing me of all wrongdoings, which should have settled any concerns with gaming. The agent has claimed I'm in violation of NRS 463-335 12C and 12D. The board may object or suspend the registration of gaming employee applicant. The applicant has committed, attempted, or conspired to commit any crime of moral turpitude, embezzlement, larceny, or theft, or any violation of any law pertaining to gaming, or any crime which is amicable to the declared policy of the state concerning gaming. I did not commit, attempt, or conspire to commit any crime. I was not convicted of any charges On both allegations, they were proven unjust. 15 years ago that I've disclosed with gaming on every renewal application and every change of location seemed to be okay, even though I was convicted of 2 crimes. Today, I am deemed to be in need of rehabilitation and found to be unsuitable as a gaming employee for a pair of false accusations. I do not feel that the agent or hearing officer gave my consideration to my 20-year work history. I certainly wasn't given any benefit of the doubt. I have even felt like I was being strong-armed into making false confession. My integrity has been questioned and has that of the judicial system. Finally, I would like to point to your attention to NRS 463.335-9B, which states there shall be an established uniform criteria for objection by the board of an application for registration. Since I was convicted a long time ago and deemed fit to be a gaming employee, now that I am deemed innocent, I am no longer fit. Isn't this a clear deviation from the already established precedent stemming from the approval of my several applications, despite actually having committed a crime? I have been told I cannot work. I've been stripped of my license. My livelihood and my savings have all greatly been depreciated. Sorry. For allegedly violating statutes. This process has been grueling, almost to the point of feeling strong-armed into accepting responsibility for things I did not do. The alleged victim in the first accusation has since recanted statements on record and under oath. Regarding the second issue, it was rejected by the DA and approved by the judge, who gave me expungement paperwork. I am not certain the agent or the hearing officer should be questioning any decisions, findings based on that evidence. Unless the commission has any questions for me, I would like to conclude my defense right here and open it up for, for any questions that you may still have. I sincerely hope you will see validity in my defense. I hope to have not been too lengthy, come off dismissive of any concerns. I know I did not do anything wrong, deserve to maintain privilege, being a gaming employee for the state of Nevada. And last but not least, if you would like, I do have just multiple discrepancies. If there was anything that was worth noting, I brought a copy for you, commission.
If you want anything to say it. Put it on the record.
I would just maybe make there is just like maybe real 3 points that are really pretty big deals, but so I guess I would like to point out on the discrepancies. I just kind of did a separate discrepancies and misleading statements. So one of them would be pretty major. I read on statute NRS 463.335, rule number 8 says they have to be within 120 days after receipt by the board of formally being notified of my objection. And the reason why I bring this up is because my renewal date, when I actually renewed it, was July 18th, 2023. And I received my very first call from the investigator on November 7th. Well, from the agent. She never told me that I was in lieu of losing my job. All she did was state that she just had some questions and if I didn't mind answering questions about it. And I completely said, no, I had no problem. So that was the first initial contact. She told me after that, it was going to take about 3.5 weeks. Maybe if I heard anything, and if I didn't hear anything, no good news, no news is good news. She did ask at the end, though, of the conversation if I had anything I would like to add from my side of things. And I said I had emails to show validity on my statements, and she did not ask for them. She did not tell me how I can upload them or give them to her before the final decision was made. So that kind of bothered me, that I really would like to make note that you would offer that to somebody, but then don't accept that. And it's to, and I got still decision to not renew my license. And I felt like I was offered, but then never even was in consideration of what I had. And I offered it to her, but then I was notified my first time of being let go or being objected by the gaming on November 20th. That was from my boss of MGM, Grant, calling me and letting me know that I was terminated. And that was my very first time I was formally known of being objected. And if you go from July 18th to November 20th, and with the statute saying 120 days of being notified of the objection, not notified of maybe of an objection. So you count those dates, it says 125 days. I'm not trying to win or anything off discrepancies, but the reason why I would like to even point that out is because I have paperwork where she has agent has constantly writes November 7th as the date was when I was formally objected. And it wasn't. I mean, I was still working. MGM they would have got fined if I was. So obviously that's not correct. And I believe that that was made to make her in compliant with the 120 days. Now, why she would do that, I'm not sure. I mean, but I would like to put that on record, and you have a copy of that in here. And let's see if I want anything else that maybe would be worth saying. And then the last but not least, I think this is really worth saying, but I finally would like to point out the attention to that N63.3359B, which states there shall be an established uniform criteria for objection by the Board of Application for registration. So I was convicted a long time ago, and that's the reason. It's just, I was convicted, had 2 convictions, and now that I have a clean record, no judgments, no plea bargains, no admitting of any kind, no, not even, I obviously have been accountable in my past. I've always been disclosed. I've disclosed the recent ones. I've disclosed the past ones. I got convicted. I didn't even really fight those past convictions because if you get one thing noted, my dad's a retired police officer. And so I grew up with always just, if you get caught with anything, you just admit it right away. And that's, my dad's very old school. He's Navy, a retired police officer. And he's partly why I'm very open and learned that it's better to be open than to trying to hide, and everybody seeing that come out by being quiet and not being able to share your experience or your life, wear it on your heart on your sleeve. So my dad has just always told me, and especially with cops and growing up my whole life, almost in the police station, giving briefings, that I can be nice and candid and have no problem with police officers. So I think with my history, I think with my admitting of what I've done in the past, my always disclosures of it, I think it should speak for itself. At least I hope so. That's it. I'd like
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm going to start in the north this time. Which one of you, if either of you, would like to ask any questions or make any comments? And then I will come to the south.
Thank you, Chair Tagliati, and good afternoon, Ms. Campbell-Fannin.
Hi.
Yeah, we've had, this is another, I think very difficult situation.
Yeah.
You almost come at us in the opposite direction of the previous appellant. I have sympathies here in the context and things you've overcome. The letters of recommendation and all in letters of support are all important to me. But I understand that these cases have been adjudicated or dismissed in your favor. But the fact that there was a situation with a handgun in a home, and there was felony drug issues in the second, but in your vehicle, those are the two facts that make this incredibly serious. All of this is serious, but these are the things that I see as part of the record is important and will weigh in my decision. So I will yield my time back to my commissioners in Las Vegas as I hear their questions and have more information on the discussion.
Commissioner Silver.
Thank you. Chair Tagliati, I don't have any questions or comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Marcantonis.
Thank you for being here. Are you currently employed at all?
No.
Oh. And how long have you been unemployed?
Since that day.
Since?
Yeah. I would like to say I do have a bachelor's degree that I have accompanied and got here in UNLV, and I've also have an associate's degree. I do have a cosmetology license that I've attained here. I also have my health and life insurance license. So I like to go to school. If I could get paid to go to school, I would. But I have just I just unmistakably just love dealing. I love what I do. I feel like the epitome of someone who just doesn't feel like they work a day in their life. I don't. I love to go to work. I don't call in. I don't think I've ever even called in unless it was actually one year I had some medical things, but other than that, I don't call in. I love my job. I've been a supervisor for almost all of over almost the whole 20 years I've been here. I believe I do respect what the commissioner said, but I would like to remind the commissioners, please remember that I did say there was a person who has since recanted that story. That handgun was never true. They have recanted. They have been under oath. They had nothing to gain from that recantation, but to hurt them by doing that, they knew that they could have been subject to any criminal thing by lying, and they still went under oath and told the truth. So please, I ask the commission, don't forget that being said and done. And I'm not sure if we should, at this point in time, ever neglect somebody who's put their hand on the oath and actually has made a declaration to the people they've lied to that can hold them responsible, ever take something back, especially for their ex-wife.
And in your last roles in the casino was dealing poker? Was that correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't
What were your roles when in
Uh,
some of your career in the last ones in casino?
Yeah, no, I'm a
Poker dealer.
supervisor, poker dealer.
Supervisor,
Uh-huh.
poker dealer.
Yeah, I was a full-time dual rate supervisor at Bally's before, when I got laid off for COVID.
But you do have your associate's degree in cosmetology now?
No, I have my associate's degree in administration of justice.
Okay.
I have my bachelor's degree in criminal justice, I believe. I'm not sure what the exact wording is out here, but my bachelor's in that.
Okay.
But I do have my cosmetology license.
Okay.
Separately, and I do have my health and life insurance license also for the state of Nevada. So I'd like to mention I have passed and taken more than one state exam. I think that should be noted. Not only have I just gone to school and complete to get a paper, but I've also done other things that have required to pass state given tests that are very hard, especially the health and life insurance license. I like to say they expect you to get an 80%, and we're one of the few only states that expect the 80%. Everywhere else, they get a 70%. So, and it's a hard test. It's a hard, pretty proud of myself for that.
All the things that count against you, you already know, but pretty egregious. Your testimonials, the references that you have are all obviously excellent. As you know, certainly from your previous supervisors as well. Thank you for answering the question.
Can you, just so that the record is clear, because honestly, maybe everyone else understood what you were getting at and I didn't. So I'm gonna go back so I understand it. What are you referring to? So the only November 7th references I see here is there's a letter from Ricardo Lopez, and you kept saying she put that, and I don't know.
Agent Tarkin. I don't.
So what are you talking about November 7th that didn't happen? Because there's a letter here that they sent to you dated November 7th. That's
November 7th.
the formal notice, right? Not just a phone call.
But that wasn't when I actually received my formal notice. My formal notice was November 20th.
Okay,
and the reason why I'm stating that
but unless it's hand delivered to you, right? So did you have 6420 East Tropicana SPC 382?
Correct.
As your,
I
okay,
did.
so is that a mailbox, or what is that?
No, that's in the house. But
Okay.
the reason why I think if I can clarify, because I believe I know why you're getting confused. I'm not saying it didn't happen. All I'm saying was the first time I ever heard from the gaming agent was November 7th. So I was not notified of being objected by then. I was not notified. She did not let me know I was objected. I obviously wasn't. I had work.
You got this letter.
But I didn't get that letter right on November 7th. I got that letter.
You have to go to the mailbox, right?
It came with my rest of my paperwork when when my objection was finalized.
Okay.
Apparently, because when she
So you're
called,
saying you didn't get it. If it was mailed on November 7th, you didn't get it at or around November 7th, the
no, because I
9th,
don't
10th,
believe it
the
was mailed
11th.
November 7th. I
Pardon
believe
me?
it was mailed. I
I didn't ask you when you thought it was, when you believe it was mailed. I'm asking you when you got it.
I got it later. I got it after November 22nd.
Okay.
With
Thank
the
you.
rest of it. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Sorry, I just know what she was referring to there. So did you have questions or comments that you?
I don't.
Okay. So all the questions have been asked. Anything else from the north before Ms. Campbell Fannin concludes? Nothing else.
No,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. So at this time, if any of the questions that have been asked of you has brought up something in your mind that you want to address, or you want to make just kind of a summary close, please do.
Okay. Well, and last, since it does seem to maybe be a lingering concern, as the chairman mentioned before about my last one being felony charges, drug charges.
What?
There's
What are you saying? The chairman?
the commissioner
Oh, okay.
before, yeah, we talked about how he was concerned with the two charges.
Okay.
And so I was just.
Got it.
wanted
I'm the
to-
chair and I didn't say anything, so
Yeah.
therefore I didn't know what you were talking about.
Oh,
Okay, go ahead.
yeah. Well, I just figured I talked about the first one already, which he was questioning with the handgun, and that's why I just wanted to make sure you get that back on record about being the recanting. But on the second charge, I just don't want you guys to think I was trying to dodge anything either. And since that got brought up, I would like to point and say, just like was mentioned from the previous person, and I've heard from even previously from other commissioners. I mean, there's a reason why I got rejected from the DA. This was, like I said, I showed up to court. I didn't have a lawyer. There was no plea bargain. As soon as I was stood before them, the judge handed me this, which on the record, I would like to say it's the sealing of records booklet. And he also handed me the public safety paper right to me, did not ask me any questions, but did tell me how to go about this because the DA rejected my case. But that was it. I would like to say, I'm not sure why or if I'm being questioned if I'm not suitable into gaming for something that obviously I'm gonna have pretty soon, not even a record of. And that was made and given to me from the judge. But if there was any questionable times that people thought I was a drug addict, or I've never been treated like one or asked or even assumed, there's been plenty of people an opportunity to give me field sobriety tests at the time, to agent, or maybe to just, or the hearing officer requesting or asking of taking any kind of drug tests. Nobody has ever commented that. No one's assumed or told me that they've assumed that or had a problem with thinking that about me. And so I'm not really too sure how to keep defending that situation. It was my car. I just moved. I was just in between move. I just was moving. So my car was full to the room with stuff. And he said he saw a straw. I've never seen the straw. I don't know why a straw would mean it's paraphernalia. I had a hearing officer put words saying it was a cut straw when the police report never said cut straw. I'm not sure why she would add words like that. I mean, there's a lot of discrepancies, and so I'm not sure if handing you guys the paperwork just to maybe see if there's anything that you guys have any more questions about with reference. I didn't want to take too much of your guys' time on maybe on some little things, but like I said, there's a lot of misleading statements. There's a lot of wrong dates with objections made to those wrong dates. They said, there's words that are added into a police report, like cut, signs of intoxication, that was never in the police report. She wrote, I indulge. I never said I indulge in anything. Says, states I need rehabilitation, but from what? I'm not sure still. And by the statutes that the agent said I've in violation, I still, by the letter of the law, or even by intent of law, I cannot see still why I'm in violation of 463.335, 12C and 12D.
Okay.
Madam,
At this time, that's going to conclude the.
Chair
Yes, I'm
Tagliani.
sorry. Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm the commissioner who was asking those questions. The reason I asked that is unlike the circumstance with the domestic battery where no one else is in the room. This is a police officer report regarding the controlled substance I've read the report. There are comments about a trained police officer regarding your conduct and movements and speech. But I think there was controlled substance found in your vehicle.
That's what he said, but I never saw where or how he found it. He never showed me where it came from. He just showed me the stuff itself.
Okay.
There was no evidence turned in except for the drug itself. My car was released from the street. So my car was never even impounded. I never saw any straw that he claimed. I never saw him say, he said purse. He never showed me a purse. There was a lot of things wrong, but I don't want to, like I said, look like I'm trying to come off any discrepancies. I just want to be very open and honest and tell you exactly what did happen. And I mean, obviously there's body cam, and he did say my movements were rapid, but he did not say I seemed to be intoxicated, under the influence. I never was told, asked to get as a field sobriety test. I never was even accused of it. The officer just asked me if I did that drug, and I said no.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have any other questions or comments before someone chooses to make a motion?
Well, it goes back, if I may add, Ms. Canfana, that it goes back that we are not really a court. I mean, we can't call witnesses. This is a gaming commission.
Yeah.
I mean, we are going to take police officers' statements, and not only we as a commission, but all of our investigators. They're highly trained. They're not just random, see what sticks against the wall. I mean, these are excellent people. So we have to go by what the police records and anything that would, and I defer to the legal representatives on this commission, of which I'm the least. But that's what we have to do. And I hope you understand that the commission has to follow what the documents are for the official police authorities as well. What's in front of us. So I just wanted to make that clear.
And I get that. I just think that if they did their job diligently, or if they did it correctly, or I mean, what said that, I mean, I don't know why I would have even received this paperwork. I didn't even have to enter a plea. They had no idea if I would fight it. I mean, I just showed up to court. I didn't say a word. I just came up to the podium, and the judge said, the DA rejected your case. Here's seal, So all I'm trying to say is, I mean, if it was going off his words and he did the job to the letter, or even close to the letter, I think I would have had some kind of charge, or maybe even a DA trying to plea bargain it. I mean, this wasn't even an attempt of a plea bargain. And with my dad being a retired cop, with the utmost respect that I have for cops because of growing up with cops, I will not ever assume that a cop is shady or doing anything wrong or may not know their job very well. But I can tell you, we both, or everybody does know that cops can make mistakes. Cops do not do everything by the letter of the law, and so, I mean, it's hard to feel that he wasn't wrong when, I mean, I feel like I have multiple things proving, and plus my showmanship of 20 years. I've had an interpersonal relationship with Nevada, not as someone who lives here, but as a gaming employee. Every time I renewed, every time I changed my job, that opens up an investigation on their side that could have ever questioned me, called me, if they ever thought I would have been not suitable for gaming. I was really hoping and thought I was proving that I've been a uphold citizen. I love my job. I want to work. I mean, I've even heard people say, I can't believe someone is fighting to work so much when they don't have to. I want to work. I love my job. I miss it. So.
Okay. Well,
I will make a motion, Chair Tagliati,
Please,
if you'd like a motion.
please do.
I move to sustain the Nevada Gaming Control Board's objection to Miss Jamie Campbell Fannon's registration as a gaming employee at this time.
Okay, discussion on the motion. I would say, number one, there's lots of reasons why the DA doesn't prosecute cases. And while I appreciate that officers can make mistakes and that kind of thing, I don't know how you, I mean, either it's a lie and there is no methamphetamine in the car that tested presumptively positive at 2.2 net grams, or I don't know how you accidentally find these things unless you're just straight up lying. And that's respectfully, after listening to all of everything you've presented today, I'm going to support Commissioner Silver's motion. Anybody else wish to make a comment? All right, there being no other comments, all in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed?
Aye.
No, you don't get to vote.
I know.
But I believe it is a 1-year period, and then you can come back. And I imagine that you, in light of your position, are likely to do so, in which case, whoever's still here, I think we'll keep an open mind.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on our agenda are the administrative reports. If we could start with Chair Hendrick.
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. The board's meeting in July will be in Carson City, so we'll be up there on Wednesday, July 10th. The board's anticipating 10 non-restricted items that will start at 9 a.m. and then 6 restricted items starting at 1:30, along with 1 new game dispute and 2 regulation considerations. As you all also have experienced today, this building is not incurring any further state expenses, to put it politely. We have some challenges with AV that you've seen, elevators and everything else. So to the state's credit, we're not trying to spend state money to keep this building up and running, but there are meetings still happening as the commission board meetings are occurring. Right now, I don't have a lot of clarity to advise you on when we may be in the new buildings over near the new state campus close to the airport, but I would expect at this time the board and commission will probably be here for at least the next several months. In the meantime, we do everything we can to bubble gum and baling wire back the AV system, and I want to congratulate the AV guys today at the IT for finding a workaround, and we will continue to work on that because we know we'll be here at least for a couple of meetings.
Okay, thank you for MacGyvering the, if that's a verb, MacGyvering the equipment, and we appreciate it. And we know it's a challenge. We pop in and it's like, it's so smooth for us. We're like, oh, we come here, we stay for a couple hours and then we're out. And you guys have done so much to make it happen. So it's greatly appreciated over there as well. So thank you for that. How about from our Attorney General today?
Nothing today, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Madam Secretary, could we close with our last agenda item, public comments?
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
All right, is there anyone present in Carson City wishing to make public comment?
There is not.
Okay, there's no one here in Southern Nevada wishing to make public comment, I don't believe. So at this time, that will conclude, close our public comment section. And this also concludes the Nevada